It's been over 3 years. Our democracy, it died that day. But the Babylon Bee put together a team.
Okay, there's no point beating around the bush. The election did not go as we planned it.
Only because the voters are racist, misogynist, garbage.
Yeah, she's got a point.
Yes, but we are going to be dealing with the same voters next time, so we need to figure out what changes that we have to make so that we win.
So we win, yes!
Next time? I don't understand. We all said that if Trump won, it'd be the end of democracy, and that there would never be another election.
Well, you believe that?
No, I mean, who's dumb enough to believe that? I mean, obviously, no.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, so one group that we have to get better with is Latinx men. Okay, they don't like us, and they don't like being called Latinx men.
Stupid idiots.
We cannot just start calling them Latino and Latina. That would be buying into the patriarchal gender binary.
So is there another letter that we can tack on to Latin other than A, O, or X?
Guide me.
E? Latiny.
Unity be
Latini.
my guide.
But we actually pronounce it
Show me the
Latine.
path.
Like with one of those
All shall be
Mexican line
revealed.
thingies on the top. Yeah, it's not as cumbersome as Latinx, but it's still forced and pretentious enough to make it clear that we're better than anyone else that doesn't say it this way.
Great! Well, we've secured the Latinx vote. We're still going to call it that amongst ourselves because they're wrong not to like it.
Okay, moving on to the economy. Okay, Biden gave them the best economy in decades, and they didn't appreciate it.
Stupid idiots.
What if instead of calling it the economy, we call it the economy?
Tim,
Genius.
I love it.
We're still going to call it the economy amongst ourselves because they're wrong not to like it.
Okay, the next problem we have to solve is the whole trans issue. Okay, a lot of people are frustrated with the performative announcement of pronouns, the drag queen story hours, the chopping off of children's body parts.
Stupid idiots.
No! We are not abandoning our trans allies or the young children that we have chemically and surgically transformed into our trans allies.
Our time has come.
What if we called them trans A?
I love it.
It doesn't work for everything. Tim.
Tim,
You know when people don't agree with us, we usually just yell at them? You're transphobic!
Yeah.
Well, what if instead of that, we yell it even louder? You're transphobic!
That makes
That's
no sense. Dan.
brilliant.
I love it.
Phase
I'm
shift
sorry.
underway.
I know I'm the new guy
Upgrade
here,
complete.
and I don't have all the years of experience that you guys do as party operatives. And I know the economy fix was my idea.
Really genius there, Tim.
Thanks, Doug. But it just kind of seems that we're not really changing anything.
Vengeance
What do you mean?
is at hand.
Well, like, we lost the election, and it just seems that the best we can come up with is to do more of the same thing that we did last time.
Yeah, because we're right.
So we're just gonna lose again?
This shall
Maybe,
be
Tim.
a reckoning.
Maybe we will. But I'd rather lose being right, comforted by the knowledge that everyone else is garbage, than win being wrong. I'd rather get the approval of Rachel Maddow and the ladies of The View and those kids out there calling for the murder of the Jews than pander to a bunch of lousy racists for a couple of votes.
Vengeance is at hand.
So we're just gonna do the same thing in 2028 that we did in 2024?
Oh no, Tim. We're gonna do the same thing.
Harmony research
Times
deal
two.
complete.
Do the number.
Will be done.
And also, yeah, we're probably gonna go on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're not idiots.
Do that.
That was a mistake.
Colonizable planet has been discovered.
Yes, we won the election. No, the fight is not over. If we want to have lasting change, we need to secure the hearts and minds of the next generation, and that's why we at the Babylon Bee love
what Brave Books is doing.
Another planet
Every
joins
Brave
the
book
unity.
builds children's character and conviction by
speak as
telling an
one.
incredible story filled with unchanging truths. It's actually true. My kids get this, and it's awesome. When you join their Freedom Island Book Club, you'll have a new Brave book delivered to your door every single month. And for a limited time, you'll get their newest book for free, plus 20% off with code BEBRAVE. That's B-E-E, BRAVE. So don't miss out. Claim this special offer at bravebooks.com/B.
You may speak.
Can I ask you
Upgrade
something?
complete.
Sure. How can I help?
How would you feel being called Latine?
I don't really care what you call me. I'm just trying to get through the day, working 2 jobs to feed my family.
Yeah,
At last.
this darned economy.
Harmony research tier complete.
Oh, hi. Satan here. I just wanted to tell you, as the father of lies, I'm so proud of the Babylon Bee for spreading right-wing misinformation under the guise of satire. Just like me, they're tricking grandmas on Facebook every day, so like and subscribe or whatever. You do you.
Mr. Dunsinson?
Yeah, come on in. You know, you're 20 minutes late.
Yeah, at Twitter we didn't have like start times. Schedules are a remnant of an oppressive
Our time has come.
colonialist regime.
Oppressive colonialist regimes? Okay. Well, look, the work here is pretty demanding. We need to find someone who can inspect all of our outgoing... Miss, are you okay?
I'm sorry. I'm not really used to bosses using trigger words like demanding and inspect and work.
But this is a job.
We don't say that either.
Then how do you get any work? Well, I mean, so how do you get any labor stuff, production, the handwork, not work, sorry, stuff done? How do you get any stuff done?
Retribution is ours.
Streep's got tons of stuff done on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Well, what would you say you did there?
I was responsible for so much as a content moderation specialist. Some days during my afternoon cornhole sesh, I'd get a text telling me I had to ban someone.
So then you'd have to actually like walk over to your computer and ban them?
No. I would just hit a button on my phone and then BAM! Babylon Bee, banned. Libs of TikTok, banned. Steve from Fruitport, Michigan, you know he banned. And then back to cornhole.
The unity's will
All right,
be
well,
done.
what else did you do there?
Drank like a sailor. They had wine on tap, mimosas, a full micro brewery.
Harmony
They
research
also
complete.
had AA, which was kind of helpful for me.
Another planet joins the
One day at a
unity.
time.
Well, congratulations.
Our voices speak as one.
Well, so I think I've seen everything that I need to see. Did you have any questions for us?
Tons. Okay, first, you don't actually, like, expect me to come into the office, do you?
Well, how do you expect to get any work done, labor done, stuff done at the factory without coming into the factory?
Oh, so this is like a job.
Colonizable planet has
Yeah,
been
that might be a
discovered.
deal breaker for me. Also, I didn't notice any meditation rooms when I came in. Do you guys have any gurus on site, or is it more like a BYOG type situation?
Mining
BYO what?
upgrade
Also, I
complete.
didn't see a QR code for your lunch menu, but I assume your shrimp is non-GMO and cage-free.
Shrimp? Where'd you get shrimp? We don't have any shrimp.
Unleash our
Hey, sorry to interrupt, boss. Pneumatic drill is on the fritz again. I need to go pick up some parts. I'll be back in 5.
Ugh! What was on his hand?
It was Grease.
How did it get there?
Because he does stuff, engages in manual labor.
Okay, that's it. I
Harmony
can't do
research
this.
complete.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dunsinson. We've decided to go in a different direction.
Planet item ready.
All right, well, I'm sorry to hear that, miss.
No, 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 no.
Hey, boss. She gone?
Yep.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Rooftop cornhole sesh?
I got the mimosas.
Are you a purveyor of fine goods and a patron of quality entertainment? If so, be sure to like, subscribe, and comment to support the fine institution known as the Babylon Bear. And if you don't subscribe, you must be one of those unfortunates who can't even afford an in-house sommelier. Speaking of which, Reginald, bring the 1906 Solid Qu'est-ce que tu cherches?
The fake blindfold speedrun that fooled everyone, including me. People have wanted me to watch this for a while. It's time. Here we go.
Hello, you absolute legends. Last month, the streamer known as Queen Pwnsalot pretended to beat the dragon Alatreon wearing a blindfold. This garnered her quite a lot of attention, but when people experienced with the game she was playing and those experienced in blindfold speedrunning saw her video, they realized immediately it was fake. Unfortunately, Queen Pwnsalot's effort of faking a blindfolded run was extremely poor. Not only was she using strategies that are just flat out impossible to use while blind, but the blindfold she was using was so thin and obviously fake.
Even you can see, like, you know, like right there, you can see through it,
Even we, the viewers, could see straight through it. Soon enough, people were making videos calling out her fake run, and Queen Pwnsalot was beginning to get quite a lot of negative attention. As it turns out, the public doesn't appreciate liars and people who try to fake gaming accomplishments for clout. After receiving backlash, Queen Pwnsalot fought back, announcing that she was going to do another blindfolded run of the dragon Alatreon, but this time with more proof. On the 14th of February, she went live, and she was stacked to the gills with ironclad anti-cheat measurements. This time she wore a genuine blindfold. She had a hand cam. She had input display. She had paper covering up her monitors. And she was live. Surely there was absolutely no way she could cheat.
That's certainly what I thought. But the video is 1 minute in. Surely.
With all of this in place, she did it again. She beat the dragon Alatreon in front of hundreds of people. She was so convincing that it seemed like everyone now believed she was legit.
But anyway, yeah, it looks like the Alatreon blindfold kill was actually real. It did actually happen.
Maybe we got it wrong. Maybe Queen Pwnsalot was just more gifted than everyone else. And she could really do things blindfolded that no one else could. Or maybe, just maybe, she just cheated again, and we don't know how. Honestly, when I first saw her new successful attempt, I didn't know how she did it. But I did know two things. One, her gameplay was impossible to do blind. And two, people always underestimate the autistic power of speedrunners. I was committed to finding out how this works.
That's true. Like, I've watched Mario 64 speedrun videos. That's definitely true.
Was done. I envisioned sophisticated cheating methods that would be impossible to detect. I figured that whatever Queen Pwnsalot did must be pretty genius to fool everyone so easily. For 3 days, I meticulously studied her video. I worked with experts to clarify game mechanics. I spoke with programmers to see if we could replicate her run using advanced software. But I was getting nowhere. And then, after 72 hours of running into dead ends, I finally saw it. I noticed that Queen Pwnsalot did something that gave everything away. The curtain was lifted, and the magician had exposed her secret. I had the smoking gun, and within 20 minutes of seeing Queen Pwnsalot do this one thing, we knew exactly how she did it, and we had the proof. As it turns out, I was on the wrong track the entire time. I thought the method she used must have been smart because no one detected it. But in the end, it turned out to be the simplest and dumbest method I could have imagined. In this video, I'm going to tell you exactly how Queen Pwnsalot faked her most recent blindfolded takedown of the dragon Alatreon, and I guarantee that you'll be shocked at just how many things she did to try and fool you.
As I said, dude, I am now more impressed that she faked it than she did it. Am I crazy?
Really hope you enjoy.
Yeah. That's
Legends,
nuts.
let's be honest. If you're watching my channel, it's because you are a gigantic nerd.
Yeah.
I'm a huge nerd.
True.
You're a huge nerd. That's just the way it is. And as nerds, there is nothing more important or fulfilling than having a really good gaming PC, which is why you should invest in a PC from today's sponsor, Starforge Systems. StarForge makes things super easy, especially for people like me who don't know how or just don't want to build their own PC.
Yep.
They offer amazing pre-built
Absolutely.
PCs at all
Yep.
different price points. So if you go in
You
with a
know
certain budget, you know you're going to get the best you can
Absolutely.
for your money. StarForge PCs are
Wow,
used by
look who
tons
it
of your
is.
favorite creators, including myself. They are built by hand in Austin, Texas by experienced builders.
I've
They
been
look
there.
beautiful and they run smoothly. Plus, they
By
are
hand,
reliable,
by
coming
experienced
with a
builder means
full
it's not
2-year
me.
part and labor warranty. I
right.
rely on my PC for absolutely everything, including
Mm-hmm.
this YouTube channel. My standards are extremely high. I need something powerful and I need something quiet. And the PC I got from StarForge Systems was literally everything I could have asked
Isn't
for.
that great?
Please get
Wow.
yourself a PC you deserve. The link to StarForge
How about
Systems
that,
will be in
guys?
the description.
How about
Go and
that?
check out their PCs today.
I heard those PCs were really
In
good.
my previous video, we looked at Queen Pongelot's earlier blindfolded runs, where she used a really thin,
They're great.
transparent sheet of material to cover her eyes and pretended that she couldn't see. In this case, it was so easy to debunk because everyone can just use their own eyes and see that her blindfold was fake. As far as her gameplay was concerned, it's also really obvious that she can see as well. She claims to use the audio to know exactly where the monster is, but years of blindfolded competition tells us that this is impossible. I also highlighted that beyond knowing where the monster is, it's also
Right.
impossible to detect whether you are looking up or down. So if you see a blindfolded player using their mouse to look up or down, you know they can see. In her latest attempt, we see all of those impossible gameplay mechanics in action once again, and in some cases, it's even worse. She will access the menu in order to use items and mess up the camera, and then immediately and perfectly fix it. She even does this when the dragon is not making any sounds at all, so there is quite literally no audio cue, like in this example.
Uh-huh.
Our time has come. At last.
Beyond the impossible vertical movement, we also see crazy head tracking in real time that is just laughable. I mean, just look at this gameplay.
That's true. Yeah.
Initiating phase jump. Harmony research complete. Hostility research
In the last
complete.
clip, she is rolling underneath the dragon, keeping the camera on its head perfectly as she does it. It's hilarious. And remember, looking up does nothing. It doesn't let her hit any higher. So there is literally no point in doing this other than to see
I mean, but like, couldn't she just hear the dragon above her? I mean, I don't know.
the head, which makes no sense if you're blindfolded. All of this seems very confusing because she appears
No?
to be wearing a proper blindfold.
Yeah, so
and as
how-
I mentioned before, her monitors are even covered up with paper, meaning that she can't see them anyway.
Right.
This led me to consider other ways she might be playing without seeing. One way would be some kind of aimbot. Aimbots are common in many games, so it's possible if she had some kind of sophisticated software that could
Oh,
help
like
her
a
aim
hack.
on the dragon.
Yeah.
This would solve the problem of locating the dragon and also solve the vertical aiming issue. However, this wouldn't solve all of the problems, like being able to dodge attacks that don't have sound cues. In
Yeah.
one instance, she accidentally hooks onto Alatreon's leg instead of its head, and immediately releases before targeting the head again. But there is no audible difference between hooking onto the leg or the head, so there is no way she should have known.
At last. Our voices
That's a
speak
very
as
good
one.
point.
Hostility research tier complete.
As a very, Carl brings up a very good point.
In order to solve issues like this, I theorized that maybe someone was talking to her and giving her instructions through Discord. With someone in her ear and some aim assist software, you might be able to play like this without sight. I
Yeah.
reached out to Monster Hunter World expert TSC, who actually developed the first known aimbot of the game.
Oh,
According
wow.
to him, if she was using an aimbot to achieve this effect, it would require software far more sophisticated than anyone in the community currently possesses. It seems unlikely that this was the method. The most common theory I saw online was that she was using pre-recorded gameplay.
Right.
Maybe she beat Alatreon earlier and just played that gameplay footage during her live
But then
stream.
what about the-
Something like this has been done before. I even made a video about a speedrunner who cheated by using a pre-recorded run during a live charity marathon.
What an
However,
idiot.
I didn't believe this was the case. Queen Ponsalot had 2 cameras and they were both completely in sync. I studied her mouse movements and they always seemed to match what was going on in the game. And so did her keyboard inputs. Her mouse sensitivity was very high, so a lot of movements are hard to see, but I couldn't see any discrepancies.
Yeah, see, like that's what I was looking for whenever I first watched this, and it's like it's the buttons were about the exact same, right? The W and the D right there, the W and the D. Like I feel like it was very, very close. Yeah. That was the first thing I thought of.
She was actually playing. In my opinion, this also ruled out the idea that someone else was playing instead of her, perhaps by using remote assistance.
Yeah.
This is an idea that the YouTuber Abisoft spent some time investigating to see if it could work. But aside from her mouse movements matching her gameplay, latency issues would also be a huge problem.
Sure.
Some people suggested that she was using a magician's blindfold and she could see through it. But this is extremely unlikely. Her blindfold doesn't look like any fake blindfold I could find, and we know what blindfold she has because it was recommended to her. Blindfolded expert Mitris has the exact same one, and it looks exactly the same. One other thing people noticed, and trust me, we noticed this immediately too, is that after Queen Ponsalot killed Alatreon and lifted the paper up, there was something on her screen. And it seemed like she noticed this and moved the paper back down to try and hide it.
I pause it. What is on the screen?
The Unities will
and what
be
is
done.
on the thing?
We shall
Is
overcome.
Monster Hunter on her screen? And then watch what happens. She puts it back down to cover. She's quickly trying to hide it. And then the game comes back up on screen.
This is the Windows Start menu, and the reason it appeared is because she hit the Windows key. In fact, she hits the Windows key multiple times throughout her blindfolded attempts. This bugged the hell out of us, and we had no idea why she was doing it. Could this have something to do with how she was faking her gameplay?
The Windows key. How would that have anything to do? Yeah, what the fuck?
At seemingly
Like, I've
random
hit the-
times, she would hit the Windows key, which would tab her out of the game.
Yeah.
This caused her inputs to stop working. She would then need to hit the escape key to try and get back into the game. Watch this clip where she hits the Windows key and then spends 10 seconds trying to get the game to work again.
We shall overcome. Harmony research complete. Exotics have been unveiled by our scryers.
This is bizarre, and she does this multiple times without ever mentioning it. She acts as if this really weird thing that she is doing isn't happening, which is obviously really suspicious.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it seems like this is some kind of unrelated tech issue that she was having with her eye tracker.
Sure.
Multiple times before she even started her blindfolded attempts, we can see her hitting the Windows key in order to fix something. She even mentioned it earlier in her stream.
Understand. Mining upgrade complete.
I think this tech issue has nothing to do with her blindfolded attempts. But an important question to ask is
Toby?
how did
What
she
is
know
that?
there was a problem? She was blindfolded and couldn't see, but knew there was some kind of technical issue and always tried to fix it. And she did all of this without looking, and without saying anything to her audience. It's all really bizarre. In the end, however, after discovering the truth, I realized this was a giant...
You lose sound? Well, no, you don't. Because, like, if you lose sound...
What lies before us?
No, because you can have the setting on, like, if you lose sound, then I'm pretty sure that, well, I don't know about this. Then the audio would stop broadcasting to OBS as well. If you had the sound and broadcast setting, yeah, it wouldn't show in OBS either.
Commerce upgrade complete.
Red herring. After several days of brainstorming, I was beginning to run out of ideas.
Not true? You
But
think
then,
so?
in the middle of the night, I revisited a question I had from day one. There was something that Queen Ponsalot did that was really strange, and I couldn't figure
Yeah,
it
and I
out.
also want to say, like, so far, I am not convinced that it's fake. I'm just convinced that it's very sus.
By our scryers.
out. Immediately after she covers her main monitor with paper, while she is attempting to distract her viewers, she
I'm not
holds
convinced
down
it's
her
real
left
either.
mouse button for 10 seconds. This was actually one of the very first things I noticed when investigating her run, but I never had an answer as to why she did it. Normally, when you hold a button down for a few seconds, it activates something, and this was one of the reasons I thought she was using some kind of software. But I had overlooked something that was so obvious and so simple, I can't believe I didn't see it immediately. Once I understood what she was doing, it was game over. Holding her mouse button down for 10 seconds told me everything I needed to know. It unlocked all of her secrets. It revealed to me that there was in fact a third hidden monitor.
Why would that matter if she's wearing a blindfold, though?
Queen Pwnsalot wants us to believe that she only has 2 monitors. When she covers them up, she makes sure to verbally state that her monitor on the left has all of her other stuff on it.
Yeah.
To the main attraction as we get our duct tape for our main monitor because, yeah.
You may speak.
There's the other one. So you guys know. There it is.
Vengeance is
With all my other stuff on it. Boom.
This is a lie. In truth, she has a third monitor to her right, off camera. Before she covers it with paper, we can see that her main monitor has her OBS streaming software on it.
Yeah.
This shows her gameplay, and it also has her Twitch chat docked into it as well. One thing that struck me as odd is how she decided to wait until her monitors were covered with paper before setting everything up. This makes no logical sense, and she even tried to act like this wasn't on purpose.
No problem. Alright, alright, cool. Now.
Logistics upgrade complete.
Oh god, I'm sorry, I didn't think this through.
Yeah, sure.
But the reason she did this is because she had to ensure that what she did was hidden from the camera. This is where the beauty of the input display comes in, because we can still...
I see. So he's saying that she put the paper up in order to obscure the chat's vision of the monitor at the exact same time because she was using a capture device for only the game and not for her entire PC. So if she tabbed out of the game, it would not display on OBS.
Still see everything she's doing.
Wait
but
for
it's
it?
obvious
Okay.
she is trying to hide it. What
Okay.
she does next is very sneaky. She lifts up the paper on her main monitor, which has her OBS on it. She clicks on her OBS window and holds down the mouse key. Then, while she is holding down the mouse button, she
Well,
distracts
how do we know she clicked on her OBS window?
her audience with verbal diarrhea.
That's why we go through what we go through, right? You know? And it's the way that it has to be. And,
Next is the key that I should have seen immediately. What is the most common thing you do when you hold down your mouse button? You drag Windows. While talking, she drags her OBS to her hidden monitor on the right. We can confirm this with the input display. We can see her hand move it to the right, and she...
Civilian structure complete.
even looks at her hidden monitor on the right when she does this.
that's why we go through what we go through, right? You know?
Civilian
And it's the way
structure
that it has to
complete.
be. And,
She did. She really did.
Will use her OBS on the hidden monitor to see the...
But the hidden monitor, like, she's still using the blindfold, though.
game. Immediately after this, she pretends to move the OBS to her left monitor.
Yeah.
Civilian structure complete.
Just wait. I know. I get it. I get it.
I'm sorry.
She moves her mouse to the left, she looks to the left, and she even says that she's moving something. However, we can see on the input display, she doesn't even click her mouse.
Move that over. Okay.
Now, despite the fact her monitor on the right is supposed to be a secret, she cannot help but stare at it constantly. She even responds to this exact message in chat while looking at it. However,
Civilian structure complete.
mid-sentence she realizes how stupid this is and stops talking.
Harmony research complete. Logistics upgrade complete.
Oh, yeah. Everything.
Well, and she also like clearly
Civilian structure complete.
like she turned in her camera and she was trying to fix her hair too. And girls do that whenever they're looking in the mirror.
Everything will be
Yeah.
unedited.
Next time, place a bet.
Civilian structure
After panicking and thinking for 10 seconds, she tries to fix this mistake and pretends she read the message from the monitor on the left.
Oh yeah. Everything will be
Civilian
unedited.
structure complete.
What was the last thing you said? Unedited.
You may
The
speak.
funny thing about Queen Ponzalot reading chat from her hidden monitor is that it's completely unnecessary.
Unleash our wrath.
There is
Yeah, it's like I almost don't believe that because of how dumb it is. Like there's no way, like really?
no need to have chat there in
There's
the
no
first
way.
place. And it just causes her to constantly look at it, making it obvious it's there. And it also causes her to screw up by responding to it. I'm guessing she just couldn't help herself, and she really wanted to see all of her fans talking about her as she was playing.
100%.
So we know that she has a monitor to her right, but how does she see it? Well, the secret is in how she's wearing her blindfold. She's wearing it very, very loosely. It's barely able to stay on her face, and on top of that, she wears it very high. This is not how you're supposed to wear a blindfold. Anyone who owns a blindfold like this knows you don't wear them loose, you wear them tight. If you wear them loose, light gets in. By wearing her blindfold loose, she can see through a small gap between her nose and the blindfold. The gamer Juzzy has already replicated her exact setup. In his case, he showed his two monitors which he turned off, he wore a proper blindfold, he used the exact same input display, and he had a hand cam. With all of this, he also killed Alatreon in expert fashion.
He did. I'm gonna be honest, whenever I saw this, I thought that he had some like sort of thing that was inside of the blindfold. You know, some like fucking like Google Glass or like Apple thing or Apple Vision Pro. That's what I thought it was.
Civilian structure complete.
Here, he explains how he did it.
Okay.
As you can see now, my monitors are off and I'm blindfolded, but despite my short-sightedness without glasses, I can clearly see these targets and shoot at them.
Uh-huh.
And why is that? It's because there's a secret here.
Hostility research complete.
Right now, I'm wearing the blindfold, right? But I can see out the gaps between my nose and my blindfold, and if I wore it even looser, I'd be able to see out the sides left and right in my peripheral vision. Then the next step to the trick is the fact that, I don't know if you guys noticed, there's two monitors here, right? But they're not the only ones. And the third monitor on my left.
On top of wearing her blindfold very loosely, Queen Ponzalot also sits back in her chair and looks up in an unnatural way. This is to get a better viewing angle. Before her attempt with the new blindfold, she had spent around 1 hour playing with her old blindfold over multiple days.
And she's looking
weeks.
down.
And for that entire time, she always sat like this. She was leaning forward and looking directly in front of her. This is because while her blindfold was partially obscuring her sight, she could see straight through it and was looking at the monitor directly in front of her. With the new blindfold, she can't see through the front of it, which is why she has now completely changed her sitting position so she
And you can see even with like compared to the other guy, hers is even farther up.
see down and to the side. This is not a normal way to sit, and world-class blindfold speedrunner Bubsia confirms that when you see someone sitting in this position, it's a giant red flag.
They're trying to look up that way.
And if I curve up even more, but that's already looking very sus, I guess, if you sit there like your neck breaking.
Yeah.
If I sit like this, for example, I can see half of my monitor. I can see OBS right now, literally. I can see the volume meters going up. I can see the picture. If I turn a bit, I can see the other monitor.
And it's as simple as that. There is a hidden monitor on the right, and she is playing through her OBS, which she discreetly moved to it. I can't believe I spent so much time researching aimbots when the solution was so stupidly basic. And while it's so easy just to say there was a hidden monitor, which some people did, it's an entirely different story to provide concrete evidence. The fact that we can literally see her move OBS to the hidden screen, the fact that she reads chat from it, the fact that she stares at it constantly, the fact that she wears her blindfold so loosely, and the fact that she sits in such a weird position, all prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this is the way she cheated. But
Harmony research complete.
here is my favorite part. After she has killed Alatreon, and while paper is still covering her screen, she looks directly at the hidden monitor and moves the camera around perfectly. It's like she's not even trying to hide it. And beyond all
And she wouldn't have known that because the paper would be in front, so she wouldn't know where to move the camera.
all of this, the simple fact remains, the way she played the game is impossible to do if you can't see. Now let's be real for a second. At the end of the day, this entire thing isn't a big deal. This is just silly, fun internet drama, and it's just really interesting to learn how Queen Ponsalot faked her blindfold runs. Personally, I'm not emotionally charged about this. I just love trying to expose video game fraudsters because I enjoy it. This whole back and forth is honestly really entertaining. But make no mistake, her behavior...
Yeah, I think this is great.
Voices speak as one.
Like, I feel like I'm usually the person who's lying. I'm very rarely get lied to and actually believe it and get fucked over by something like this. This actually got me because I didn't know this. I didn't know this much stuff. I got finessed, man. I did. That's incredible. You got bamboozled. I did. I think a lot of people did. You didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know. Happens when you get old. No, I always appreciate things like this happening. It keeps you sharp. Yeah, I'll be real. Like, yeah, this definitely fooled me, man. It did. Like, I didn't even think of this.
Behavior is not healthy, and it's not a good thing. There are gamers who spend thousands of hours legitimately trying to do amazing things without the ability to see. Blindfolded gaming takes a lot of hard work, and it takes a lot of ingenuity. And Queen Ponsalot keeps taking a giant steaming dump on all of their efforts. Because of her actions, people are going to trust the accomplishments of real gamers even less. Skepticism will disproportionately rise, and the public will become even more cynical.
We'll call everything fake,
But on the flip side, maybe that's a good thing. The amount of people who threw common sense
I think that it is. I think it is. Because it's always better to be discerning and to be skeptical than to believe things. It's always better to be skeptical.
Wayside and took her runs at face value is pretty shocking. Maybe people do need to be a bit more skeptical, and maybe this lesson was an important one to learn. Let me know what you think in the comments. I
think both. I'll be honest, like, because, I mean, clearly, like, she really put a lot of effort into faking this, and I think that it was a relatively good fake. And if she didn't do the thing with her mouse, like if, for example, she wasn't able to, if she wasn't recording her mouse movements, this would have been a lot harder to prove. Yeah, this was a really, really, really good fake. As I said, it impresses me more that she faked it and it was this hard to figure out, or at least it was for me, than if she had done it in the first place.
Our time has come.
I'll be honest, like I'm impressed.
Group of gamers who helped me do research for this video, including the YouTuber Abisoft, who is also releasing a video about this most recent
Yeah, exactly, right? And that's the thing. It's like, I don't know everything about this in the same way that these other guys that do Monster Hunter videos or speedrunning videos do. So, like, I don't know the things to even look for. It's like things that are obvious tip-offs in, like, you know, this community. I had no idea about those things. That's what's crazy about it. Yeah, she got me too, yeah. Don't you have 300 hours in Monster Hunter at this point? Yeah, but these guys have 3,000. Do they have more than that?
I know for a fact he is including many details I haven't mentioned myself, so if you want to learn even more, please go and check out his video as well. The link will be in the description. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Oh my god. What I think is the most telling about this is that she stopped streaming. And she hasn't made any posts or anything like that about it, right? Let me link you guys the video. Like, I'm going to be honest. Carl did the research that, I'll be real, I should have done. I should have known what he knew. I should have looked into it more. I didn't. He did. Give his video a like. He was right. Yeah, people are right. Yeah, I did not know. And, like, he knows way more about this than I do. Like, because I've watched a lot of his other videos talking about speedruns. And so he knew more about it. Thank God for that. Yeah, this is a great fucking video. I'd like to respond as our moderator. Okay, this is the same guy from the last video that was talking about it. Okay, this is her. She has not responded yet. All right, you're going to respond. You remember this guy? Okay, we're going to get the real response for, you know, at least the closest thing that we can get to it. For this. White Knights the rescue? Her mod's coming in like a sheep for the slaughter? No, I mean, he just wants to explain his point of view. What's wrong with that? Yeah, her mod did nothing wrong. Yeah, keep in mind, guys, the mod did nothing wrong. Be nice, guys. Hey, what's up? Yo. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we're good. Yeah, thank you, Attili. I appreciate you setting it up. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you, Attili. And hi, Asmon and chat. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me. I appreciate your time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I appreciate yours as well. I mean, obviously, I'm sure you've probably seen the video. And so, do you think that she cheated?
I know for a fact that she didn't.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because I've watched her do it myself live. And I know that, if I may I have a minute or two?
Go ahead.
I understand that everyone will call me biased, and I know that. I understand that and I am biased. I will admit that wholeheartedly and completely. I am biased. I've watched her do it personally. I've watched her do it multiple times personally. I also helped with communication with Mitriz, the blindfold expert, who's been helping her with the setup and everything that we went through. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding her setup. There is no need for anyone to lie about anything or not be transparent. She did nothing wrong. She did not cheat anything. She has not cheated anything. And I understand that there is a lot of skepticism. I understand there's a lot of questioning. And I think that it's important for us to understand that conjecture does not equal proof. There is no physical proof. There's a lot of conjecture. There's a lot of examining many things that are on the table that people claim, oh, she did this, she moved that, she did. But there's no actual proof that any of this happened.
Well, there's no proof that it did either.
And of course. And what I would suggest, and if I may, to chat and to yourself, Asmongold, and to anyone who questions whether or not she can and did do this, I want to legitimately ask, what would it take to prove that she is indeed legitimate? If it meant covering the third monitor, showing a camera with all three monitors, and showing that there are no other monitors present, showing that she's still wearing the exact same blindfold that was recommended by a world expert, used by Mitriz and Bubzia themselves, you know, what does it take? Because I know for a fact that she can do this. She's done it not once, not twice, but several times. Her second attempt is a purely legitimate run that was done with every specification that Mitriz mentioned. And it's met with nothing but criticism, which I understand. I don't think that it's unreasonable to be skeptical. But I think to bend an argument to fit your purpose is not appropriate. To say that, oh, this is what must have happened because this is what I believed happened, when it didn't happen. She's being accused of a crime she didn't commit, and I know that for a fact. I'm willing to put money on it.
So, okay. All right. So first thing is that, why do you think that she tilted her head in a different angle whenever she was wearing the other blindfold?
The unities will be done. We await your command.
Do you mean that the second blindfold versus the first?
Yeah.
Sure. Whenever you're under a stress response, your body reacts differently. You position yourself differently. In the very first run, when she's wearing the first blindfold, it was a carefree run on stream done with friends for a random, hey, I wonder if I can do this. It was a completely different circumstance.
My understanding of the psychological body language, whenever that happens, people usually actually huddle up more to protect their mid body, because that's where your organs are. That's where
I'm a physician.
You don't.
That's not
that's
entirely
not true. It's not entirely
not that
true.
it's not
Which
true.
one is more
No, it's
true
not.
than the other?
Well, people have different physiological responses to stress.
Sure.
And so her changing her body position, her head position, is in one way or another. It doesn't mean that she's trying to position herself to see something or to maneuver something. I mean, if you, I'd be happy to send you the same blindfold she used. I would encourage you to try to do what she's been accused of doing, and to see just how difficult that would even
Well, I mean,
be.
I could barely do it with the blindfold off. All right. So I don't want to get that far.
And congratulations, by the way.
Yeah,
we're all very happy for you for
I
getting
appreciate
that
it.
kill.
Yeah,
We
finally
absolutely.
fucking got it. But
Absolutely.
Yeah. So all right. So you think that it's legitimate, and you think that the way that she was sitting was just purely a stress response, and it wasn't her.
I don't. If I may, I don't think I know. I know that it is legitimate.
Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Without a shadow of a doubt. Okay.
Correct.
So, have you seen her do it in person?
Yes.
Okay. Like not over camera, but literally you being in the same room.
I have been standing in the same exact room. Yes.
Okay. And so, let me just think about this. For
And I would be
Okay.
happy to say, I mean, the most direct response, right? The easiest Occam's razor is, well, let's just have someone watch it live, right? I understand that. I understand that it would be simple to say, well, let's get someone in the room, a verified expert, a bona fide person, the Pope, even, right?
Right, of course, naturally.
But I also want to bring up the point that it doesn't seem like anybody else has been held to the standard that she's been held to. We have CSI investigating experts that have been going to every single length, looking to even the reflections on her phone, trying to analyze what's on that screen. And yet no other professional has been held to the same standard that she has been. No one's
Why do you
asking
think
everyone
that
else
is?
to have. Well, I think it's because of the initial conjecture that she faced when she did her first run. And she is a nobody that decided to do this on a whim, and that caught the entire world by storm.
Sure.
I understand that it's a person who's a nobody. You even said it yourself. When this all started, she had 250 followers.
Something like that.
You know, she has exploded practically overnight. She's been killing this monster for years. Decides to do something that shakes the world up, turns the world on its feet, or on its head, excuse me, creates a world record practically accidentally. And how unlikely and crazy that is. And I will argue that just because someone thinks something is improbable does not make it impossible. I hear the word impossible being thrown around a lot, and something can be very improbable but still possible. And when you have done something so many times and are a true expert at one particular thing, you can do a lot of things that many other people can't do. She's not a blindfold person. She's not. She never has been. She's not a professional blindfolded speedrunner.
So then, how do you think she was able to like rebalance the camera? Because I think that's one of the main points of difference.
Sure. The person who taught her how to fight that monster is one of the world's leading experts, Azrael, who has 8,700 kills on the monster, and
What does
taught
that have
her
to
how
do?
to do it. Well, because it teaches her how to do it the exact same way every single time. And the camera balancing is actually not that hard to do. I myself am no expert. I can't do it. But other people that have very similar kill counts are able to do it.
If it's not that hard to do, then why can nobody else do it in the blindfold
I
community?
don't, because I think it's too early. I think that this is in such a
it's-
fledgling stage.
You saying it's too early for any other game? Because, like,
What
you
do
know,
you
there's,
mean?
for example, like, you know, like Little Aggie, right? He's also a speedrunner for Sekiro. I'm sure he's probably killed a lot of the bosses in Sekiro probably as many times, if not more times, than she's killed Altrion. And he's using lock-on. So, like, how is it that every single other person in this community is not able to rebalance their camera in any circumstance on any game in any capacity without a lock-on, but she was?
I'm not a blindfolded expert, so I'm not sure. But I will say that again, I think that if people in Monster Hunter specifically, with this particular game, I think that if people had enough time to continue to try it, I think that you'd be surprised at the number of people that are able to do it.
Well, that number
I'm
right
not
now
saying-
would be 0.
Well, that number might be 1 right now.
It might be 1. You're right.
It might be 1. And again, I'm not trying to diminish the unlikelihood of what we're witnessing and what we've seen. I'm not trying to say that it's completely that it doesn't seem absolutely astronomical. I understand the skepticism. I think that it's very well-founded skepticism and very well-founded questioning. But the thing that is becoming increasingly frustrating is this idea that with the first run, I get why people are all up in arms about that, sure. So we did everything we could, and when I say we, I mean Queen and myself and her other moderators and those that know her very well that helped her to get these things set up so that we could do it legitimately, so that we would take those questions off the table. And we did that, and then it was met with, initially, after you covered it, everyone was over the moon. It was amazing. It was fantastic. And then, unfortunately, there were people that just still weren't convinced, and then they decided to double down on the skepticism. And still, reasonably so. Sure, that's fine. But to claim, well, oh no, it has to be this way. It can't. It's just not possible. There's no way she can do it. But she did it.
Well,
and she can do it again.
So based off of that same argumentation, if you look at the other guy's video, I'm trying to remember who what his name was in this video, and he actually used the same controls that she did, using the same blindfold.
Yes,
and
yes, I'm aware.
Juzzy, yeah.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
he did the exact same thing that she did under the same controls.
Well, hold on. He did not do the exact same thing she did.
How?
He did use the same because he did use a third monitor. He did look from his blindfold at a third monitor and completed the run by looking through the blindfold at that third monitor.
That's correct.
Queen Ponzalot did not do that.
Did she look at OBS through the third monitor?
No.
How do you know that?
Because I know.
Okay.
I've seen her do this. I've seen her do this.
How would you
know that she
expect
did that.
anybody else to believe that?
I welcome the skepticism, but I'm also
Then why doesn't
questioning
she?
whether.
Why hasn't she
well,
responded to it at all?
Well, because she was waiting for everyone's response, including the second video from Carl Jobs, and including your response.
Yeah, sure.
And I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that she can replicate it any day of the week, at any point, under any circumstance.
So what
I
you're
know this.
saying is that if the community provides a set of framework and constraints, in that case, she would be able to replicate the exact same thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Here. May I offer a suggestion, and you tell me if you think it's fair.
Sure.
I think that she could cover all 3 of her monitors as she did on her stream. She could show Discord so that she isn't accused of someone being in the Discord call providing her directions. She could show her task manager to ensure that there are no other programs or third-party softwares running. She could show her download and installation folder for Monster Hunter to show that there are no auto-aim programs or damage modifications or anything else. And then she could do it again live on stream. Would that be and show a camera or 2 cameras depicting all of her monitors that nothing else is being shown?
I think that there probably have to be like I mean at this point I'd really have to think about it, because it's something that's like very complex, and this is something that's kind of new to me. So I'd have to really think about how many controls you would need. But I think that one thing that you would clearly need is that you would need a camera behind her, and
sure.
I would have to say that, yeah, probably a full room camera to actually look at what she's looking at. And then also, why wouldn't she just turn the monitors off?
That interferes with her stream interface. So when she turns a monitor off, it changes her windows around. It can be very discombobulating on stream. As you mentioned even in your private video, she's not a huge streamer. It's not something that she
How would
has...
turning the monitor off affect it?
I don't personally know because I'm not sitting there messing with her setup. But from what she told me, the reason why she didn't want to turn her monitors off for the second run was because it would interfere with her stream. And that's why she chose to cover.
Hi, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I just wanted a few minutes of your time.
Yeah, look, we've already got solar, and I'm not really interested in becoming a Mormon. I can barely handle one wife.
I heard that! No, it's nothing like that. I'm actually wanting to see if you'll sponsor me for having gone to college.
Your mom goes to college.
Look, I worked a late night at the factory manufacturing things at the manufacturing factory, and I'm really not interested, so.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna need $10,000 to pay off my student loans. I need it. Like, really need it. Really. Really?
Look, I worked hard for 20 years to get where I am. I'm a plant manager down at the plant where I manage people who work at the plant. I saved up for years to buy this home. You see that car in the driveway? That's a 2018 Honda Fit. 128 horsepower, goes from 0 to 60 in 8.4 seconds. That's mine. I earned that.
Isn't that a chick car?
It's not a chick car. It's actually extremely practical, and it has a CD player. Anyway, why should I have to pay for your life choices?
An educated populace is good for all of society. Carl Guevara or Che Marx said that. I don't know. I don't remember. I partied really hard that semester. Delta, Upsilon, Mu, whoop whoop! I learned so much about the world in college. I took art classes and learned how art is racist and patriarchal. And I took science classes and learned how science is racist and patriarchal. And I took gender studies classes
Racist
and learned how—
patriarchal, yeah. I get it.
What? No, of course not. That doesn't even make any sense. See, this is why people like you need people like me, because I understand how things work.
That everything is racist and patriarchal except gender studies?
Well, yes, but I just spent 4 years and $200,000 learning it, so I understand it on a deeper level.
You spent $200,000 studying, what was your major again?
Genderqueer feminist intersectional theory.
Gender what?
You blue-collar folks are so ignorant. That's why you people who do gross, sweaty jobs where you, do things, should subsidize people like me, who learns all the philosophical stuff.
Look, I am done with this conversation. I worked hard. My wife put herself through college without government handouts. And we didn't do it just so we could give you $10,000 to study gender honey nut Querios.
One teensy little thing I forgot to mention, this whole sponsor college grad thing, it's kind of mandatory. The president guy said so. So, hand over the 10 G's. Now. Now! I need it. I need it. No, wait, no, I need it. No, give it to me. Give it. Give me.
Hi, Justin Trudeau here. I am so sorry you had to see that. Their videos are problematic, eh? Whatever you do, don't like, subscribe, or comment. It just encourages them, eh? These guys joke about things you shouldn't be joking about. And quite frankly, and pardon my French Canadian, they're real jerks.
Witness the unity's might! Witness the unity's might! Unleash our wrath!
I'm encouraging everybody to get out and vote, please.
It ain't over till it's over.
I think Kamala Harris needs a catchphrase.
Kamala forever.
That's better.
Okay, how about I'm down with democracy? It's just clean.
Unite for America!
As if it matters what any of these Hollywood actors think about politics. They are professional pretenders.
America rejected the political state and rejected Hollywood.
There's an important conversation we need to have about the toxicity amongst white dudes in this country.
The whiny liberal woman turned away so many would-be Democrat voters.
On the right, quote unquote, you don't really have these saggy, very effeminate, whingy, cryy men. They seem pretty masculine. They seem like people that can actually do stuff.
There was an issue that was racial, I think it was gender, but I also think class played a major role in it.
I could take this claptrap before the election.
President Trump's resounding victory was a stinging rebuke for many supporters of the star-studded Harris campaign. And the Democrat blame game has now begun in earnest. At the top of the hit list of the stars themselves, the cavalcade of Hollywood celebrities who warned that Trump the sequel would be a real-life disaster movie.
If you ask me if America is ready for its first woman president, I only got one thing to say. It's about damn time!
So I'm encouraging everybody to get out and vote, please.
We are so happy to be standing here on this stage. Yeah! Yeah! Hold on! I got more!
Kamala Harris needs a catchphrase.
Kamala forever!
That's better. Okay, how about I'm down with democracy? It's just clean.
Pa que tú lo sepas, yo soy boricua.
Unite for America!
It ain't over till it's over.
Unfortunately, it is Mr. De Niro, but we all know now how the story ended. Instead of catapulting Harris to the White House, the parade of millionaire mouthpieces appears to have turned off voters who are more concerned about the lack of money in their own pockets than the state of the southern border. Now, the Washington Examiner reports the celebrities may have been paid small fortunes by the billion-dollar campaign, including a cool $1 million to Oprah Winfrey's production company. She denies any personal payment, but not the fact that $1 million went to her company. Tinseltown is not taking the feedback very well. A column in Variety this week said, "Stop blaming celebrity endorsements for Kamala's loss. We need to hear from artists now more than ever." Do we? There's a message from this result that maybe we need to hear a lot less from them. But there are some green shoots. Mastermind George Clooney, who led the Biden ruthless coup, says he's taking a step back from politics. The question is whether his peers will follow him and whether Hollywood will now learn that maybe woke really is broke. Well, here to debate is YouTube's premier pop cultural commentator, Gary Binkler from the Nerdrotic channel, author and critic Will Jordan, aka The Critical Drinker, whose own movie Rogue Elements, a Ryan Drake story, hits YouTube on November 25th. And joining the boys, Uncensored's own Esther Krakow, plus Ernest Owens, author of The Case for Cancel Culture. Ernest, let me start with you. Isn't there a better case, given that a lot of celebrities have led the charge for cancel culture over the years, is it not time to cancel a lot of them when it comes to politics and just tell them to keep their big, unwanted noses out of it? Because nobody seemed to listen to any of them at this election. In fact, they actively went and voted for the big bad guy.
I think it's funny how every election cycle people begin to backtrack and be hypocritical about where their stances are. Look, both candidates had celebrity endorsements. You know, Amber Rose, Kid Rock, they were pushing for Trump, some NFL players as well. So I don't really think to try to make this a celebrity focal point is necessarily what really happened here in the United States. I think what really happened here was that people had an issue with wealth in general. And the Republicans did a good job of hiding their wealth, right? They had a billionaire running for re-election, yet they were trying to act like only the Democrats and the Hollywood elite and the wealthy were on the side of the Harris campaign. I think that there was an issue that was racial. I think it was gender, but I also think class played a major role in it.
Oh, there wasn't, honestly, Ernest. I could take this claptrap before the election, but the idea that Kamala Harris lost because of her skin color or her gender or any of the rest of it is total bullshit. She lost because she was a terrible candidate who had no real policies, and her only playbook was to go right back to Hillary Clinton, who also lost, and say, "Here are my famous mates, and by the way, Trump's a Nazi and the new Hitler." That's all she had.
Another woman. You notice the pattern you just mentioned, that Trump loses to men. He loses to men, but he beats women. So, no pun intended.
I'm sorry, Ernest. You sound desperate. Let me bring in Nerdrotic.
You can't even vote. You didn't even vote in this election. You couldn't even vote if you wanted
Ernest, you're talking nonsense.
So,
let me bring in Ernest. Ernest, calm down. That's enough claptrap for this part of the segment. Hang on. Let me bring in Nerdrotic. Nerdrotic, the thing is, when the Democrats are trying to explain why they lost literally everything to Trump in this election, it kind of sounds very hollow, because the truth is it was pretty much everything. It was economy, it was immigration, it was wokeism, and I genuinely do think it was Kamala Harris just producing endless celebrities, multimillionaires, coming out of their mansions to tell the people to vote for her. I just think it backfired. People don't want to hear it.
America absolutely rejected that entire apparatus, which is the woke mind virus and all the issues that have faced us over the past 4 years. And we had a very unique election. We had a choice between a president we've already lived under for 4 years and the previous administration. So that's very unique in my lifetime, probably never see it again. And the choice was clear. I did vote, by the way, for President Trump happily, because I'm tired of this crap. And you know, I'm not the kind of guy who says, I told you so, but a lot of us in my sphere have been telling you this for years. They have been fighting against the grain peers. And it finally, the American public had enough.
Yeah. I mean, Esther, these are two celebrity messages post the election. John Cusack, who drank so much woke Kool-Aid, I'm surprised he can get out of his bedroom in the morning. He said the fact that the country would choose to destroy itself by voting in a convicted felon, rapist, and Nazi is a sign of deep nihilism, to put it mildly. I wouldn't like to see him putting it non-mildly, but it's that kind of hysteria, which is just so self-defeating for the Democrats, isn't it?
I think people rejected these Hollywood stars, which mainly because of what Hollywood is, right? Hollywood as an industry has produced its fair share of predators and sexual deviants and addicts. I mean, the idea that people like J-Lo, whose super predator ex, now she runs away from mention of like her hair is on fire, is laughable, right? Why would anyone vote for someone's tax policy based on what Taylor Swift says? It's like asking a badger for medical advice. It doesn't make sense. And it wasn't just a rejection. It wasn't just a rejection of Hollywood and the industry and the debauchery and all the things that are wrong with them that they should probably take a look in the mirror and sort themselves out. It was the fact that these people are uniquely narcissistic. How dare you think that because you can sing and dance and act and play pretend, you somehow get to tell us who to vote for based on the Ukraine war? They can't even find Ukraine on a map. It's ludicrous. So I'm happy that they've now been soundly rejected, and hopefully this is some time for some reflection and to actually realize that they're not as important as they think they are.
Yeah, there are two things I just don't want to hear much from Hollywood again. One is political advice about how I should vote, and secondly, it's moral guidance. I mean, this is the town that let Harvey Weinstein do his stuff for God knows how long, and then they all pretended they knew nothing about any of it. It's like, do me a favour. And I think it's a pretty morally bankrupt place. Critical Drinker, I mean, Ariana Grande, another message the next day after the election, holding the hand of every person who is feeling the immeasurable heaviness of this outcome today. The reality is, I was in New York, and I was there in 2016, and I was there again this time. The difference was unbelievable. And I would chart it back to when I went to the Madison Square Garden rally, just out of curiosity. And the Secret Service guy there, who was one of Trump's guys, said they were expecting thousands of protesters, as they would have had in 2016. 150 people turned up to watch Trump do a rally in the middle of Manhattan. And I remember saying to friends then, Trump's won this by a landslide. If even Manhattan's New York wokies can't get out of bed to come and shout at him when he's in the heart of their city, then I just think they've given up. And then you saw the reaction after the election. I was walking the streets of Manhattan, New York. There was nothing. There wasn't a single protest march. There was nothing. So they can all claim that they think he's the new Hitler. But I kind of think if the new Hitler had just been elected president of the United States, some of them might have joined a little march somewhere. But there weren't any anywhere. So where are we with all this, do you think, Critical Drinker?
Well, I think for a start, if he was going to destroy America and put people in prison camps and stuff, he probably would have done it in his first administration. He had 4 years to do all that stuff, and he never did any of it. So I don't know where they get that idea from. And second, I love the idea that someone like Ariana Grande is going to have a political opinion about this. Like, people are actually going to go to her and say, what is her take on this? I wonder, who cares? You're a fucking singer, as if it matters what you think about politics, as if it matters what any of these like Hollywood actors think about politics. As Gary quite rightly called them once, they are professional pretenders. Their one and only skill is their ability to say lines written by someone else in a fairly convincing manner. That's it. I don't care what you guys think about the war in Ukraine or the economy or the current political climate in America. Who cares?
You know, I had talking of immeasurable heaviness and hands and so on. I actually met Ariana Grande randomly in a restaurant in Beverly Hills a few years ago. And I'd been criticizing her on Twitter, and her mum had joined in. And anyway, long story short, she came and joined me in this booth, and I felt the immeasurable heaviness of her hands around my neck, trying to throttle me in a friendly way. She pointed out the errors of my ways. Anyway, we resolved things over a couple of bottles of extremely expensive red wine that she bought. And she was there with all her team, her production team, and they were celebrating having 3 #1 hits off the bounce in the Billboard Hot 100. And I was so happy for her because she's a very talented singer. But I don't care that she wants me to vote for Kamala Harris. I want to know what Kamala Harris, if I'm an American, is going to do to improve my life. And there was way too much of, look at my famous friends, they all like me. And by the way, he's the bad devil and you can't vote for him. And there was nothing on the what I'm going to do to make your country better boat. Let me come back to you, Ernest, because you're obviously you're defending the indefensible mode. Do you accept that one of the reasons, outside of the cost of living crisis stroke inflation, which was clearly a big issue for people, and the chaos of the southern border, up to 10 million people coming in illegally was just ridiculous, whoever's president. Putting those 2 big issues aside, the third thing that really hit home with people was the wokeism issue. And I read a column for the New York Post saying, I really do think this is a tipping point. I think it's the moment woke began to die. I think just when you see so many Latinos and Black Americans voting for the guy that they've been told was a racist, so many Jews voting for the new Hitler, et cetera, they're basically doing a big 2 fingers up to the whole thing and saying, we just don't believe any of his crap anymore. You've out-woked yourselves. And by the way, if you want to keep telling me that biological men should be allowed to beat up women in boxing rings in the Olympics, I'm never going to vote for you again. Ernest, your thoughts?
Are you going to actually let me have them?
Yes, if you have anything that could actually respond to that.
Sure. Yeah, actually. So for starters, I would just say that a lot of these issues and the narratives of them and the misinformation about a lot of those issues, people are going to have to just F around and find out, to be honest.
What's the misinformation? What misinformation?
A lot of, I would
That's what
say
the Democrats
that
did.
a lot of the promises, sure. Here's the thing. People's lives are going to be impacted regardless.
What misinformation, Ernest?
I'm going to get there. So the tariffs, right? About what he's going to do economically with tariffs. What is he going to do about immigration issues? His policies, the people he's going to put in his cabinet. Look, we can be here and we can
What's
go
the
for blows and
misinformation?
talk about who's better. Can I finish?
What's the misinformation?
Okay, tariffs, the economic plan that he has.
What about
There's some misinformation there. Project 2025, which he denied he was going to do. And now his people have said that was a part of the plan. So which one is it, right?
No, you see, Ernest, the trouble is, the disinformation, Ernest, is actually now coming from your mouth. That's the problem.
He literally said, so let me correct you again, Pierce. He literally said that he was not affiliated with Project 2025. Now his biggest advisors are saying that was a part of the plan, including Steve Bannon.
They're trolling.
Okay,
they're trolling.
They're
familiar with the concept of a joke, right?
We'll see.
Yes.
So we'll see. We'll see if they're trolling. We'll see. We'll find out. But people are going to be impacted whether or not he is or isn't. But for a presidential candidate and his advisors to still be trolling after an important election shows you how immature and unserious they are.
I find it incredible that
Dude,
the party that decided to
Yeah,
call.
hang on one sec, Critical Trigger. Let Esther finish, then I'll bring you back
I
in.
find it incredible that the party that decided to call tens of millions of Hispanics Latinx didn't see a beat down on the horizon. What Hispanic person do you know that you can go up and say, "Oh, you're Latinx"? That wouldn't punch you across the face. I mean, it's ludicrous.
Ridiculous.
That's like calling me Africanix.
Why don't you ask the Latinos, do you want to be called Latinx? No, none of them did it.
Weird.
By the way, none of them seemed remotely offended by the comedian's joke about Puerto Rico. None of them. Didn't make any difference. No sign that any Puerto Ricans gave a damn. They saw that this guy's a roaster who roasted everybody, including his own mother, in the same speech, and just thought, you know what, he's quite funny. That's what roasters do.
We'll find out.
Meanwhile, Ernest is throwing his toys out of the stroller for 5 days about it, thinking the whole election just swung because the comedian offended Puerto Rico. It's like, they didn't, buddy. They had a sense of humor.
The fact that advisors are trolling and we are getting comedy back and more Puerto Ricans voted in this election than ever, that Tony Hinchcliffe, by the way, from Kill Tony pointed out, is an international treasure. Is the world healing? And we can laugh at ourselves again.
But the point is, Ernest, Puerto Ricans didn't think it impacted them. They saw it as a joke. and he didn't mean it to be offensive. He was just rinsing everybody. Let me ask you, Ernest, at some point, you deluded Democrats are going to have to face the music in your mirrors and realize that every single thing you stood for in this election got destroyed by the opposition. They vote, the American people, black, white, Jewish, Muslim, everybody gravitated to the bad guy because they're sick of this crap. Let me bring in
if Project 25 happens, all of you all, if Project 2025 happens,
it's not going to happen.
What if it doesn't? Are you going to apologize? Let's have a deal. If Project 2025 doesn't happen, will you apologize?
I hope that we have a smart Congress that blocks this nonsense. I hope that there will be checks and balances in place that it does not happen.
All right, let me bring the Droshky back in. Let me bring the Droshky back in. All right, the Droshky, on a wider point about culture, celebrity power and everything else, what do you think happens going forward now? Because we've been, saying how ridiculous these big stars were, but there's going to be a moment of reckoning for them too, where it almost becomes brand damaging now to get involved in this stuff. You look ridiculous. I mean, George Clooney, the way he behaved all summer looked ridiculous.
Yeah, let's not forget that the adult pretender still has a lot of sway with the political ruling class. It was George Clooney who penned the letter that got the big guy to step down.
Yeah.
And the article you referred to from Variety that I'm doing a video on right now, sorry to plug, but that they are trying to deny the fact that they said, basically adult pretenders and celebrities don't really move the needle. But it doesn't have an adverse effect, and that's what you said earlier is complete bullshit. The celebrity endorsement is dead. We'll still get it all day long. We'll get it, but what they're going to have to deal with is the overall brand damage to their industry that they've had over the last decade, and this is just the culmination. The election is exactly the same thing. America rejected the political state and rejected Hollywood and everything Hollywood was about.
And the other thing, women didn't buy in to this narrative from the Democrats that on the one hand, critical drinker, we're the party for women's rights. So you got to vote for us because of, say, abortion, okay, and abortion rights. Okay, it's a big issue, but America's pretty split on that. But at the same time, the same party that's all for women's rights, and he's the bad guy who doesn't want women to have any rights. They also were supporting things like transgender athletes being allowed to compete in women's sports, right? And that was just for most women, just like, what? Why would you do that? That's obviously damaging to women's rights. And there was that double standard and hypocrisy that I think drove a lot of women to go and vote for Trump, who just said quite simply, sorry, but if you're born biological male, you will not be competing against women in my administration. Well, good. Sorry, and it doesn't want kids being mutilated before they've gone through puberty. Good. This is all stuff that, as a liberal guy, which I am, I'm completely in favor of. So if I am, so I can tell you, are the majority of Americans.
You're not liberal.
Guarantee it. Critical drinker.
I think at a certain point, common sense takes priority over partisan politics, and I think this election is probably a good example of that, where the average person just sees things that don't make any sense to them anymore and say, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not voting for this. This is nonsense. I have to go for the other guy, even if I don't like him. And perhaps that's what happened in this case.
Yeah, I agree.
I think.
Hang on, I want to bring in just as part of our debate here, a notorious part of the star-studded Kamala campaign was the White Dudes for Harris movement, which looked and sounded like this.
I'm white, I'm a dude, and I'm for Harris. The Biden-Harris administration was the most successful legislative administration.
The idea that men can gather to talk about how we feel, interesting, powerful concept.
Which is why right now I am begging all of you to smash that donate button, because we owe it to the next generation of girls to not go through that hellscape times 2025 all over again.
Well, joining me now is the founder of that movement, the archetypal white dude for Harris, and a senior advisor of the Harris campaign, Mike Nellis. Well, Mike, thank you for coming on to Face the Music. I can't imagine it's been a comfortable week for you, because it turned out the white dudes all went and voted for the bad guy, Donald Trump.
That an enemy has fallen. Their impurities
Well, I wouldn't frame it like that, Piers, but obviously it was a tough week for Democrats. I mean, there is evidence in the exit polls that white men, both college-educated and non-college-educated, voted for Kamala Harris more than they did for Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton in the previous 2 presidential elections. But I think there's an important conversation we need to have about the toxicity that exists in amongst white dudes in this country. I think we need to have a conversation about identity politics. I think we need to have a conversation about how we're going to move this country forward and get past the divisiveness. And what we did a few months ago was start a conversation inside the Democratic Party about how we're engaging with white men, how we're engaging with rural voters and other communities that Democrats don't do a very good job talking with.
Yeah, but you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when Gillette did that ridiculous new ad campaign several years ago, when they went away from sort of the chest-beating alpha male clutching a baby to sell their products and so on, a manly, masculine ad, to basically starting with a roll call video of horrible Me Too stories and demanding that men prove they're better than this. In other words, we think you're all horrible men, but if you buy Gillette, you know, we might help you become better people. And $9 billion off the bottom line later, Gillette did a screeching reverse and went back to the chest-beating alpha male stuff. And as a Gillette consumer for many years myself, hallelujah, because I don't want to be lectured by a shaving company about what a bad guy I am unless I can prove otherwise. I just want them to sell me razor blades, and I want to feel good about being a man when they do it. And my problem with your campaign was you had all these guys. I mean, I have to be honest, it took a while to recognize some of them. But when I did recognize, there was like a bunch of slightly old white guys trying to virtue signal their way into saying we're all here for better people, better men. You know, there's always toxicity. It just didn't wash. You know, young men were like, why are you treating me like this? That's honestly my view of it.
We are ready.
Well, Piers, I can tell that you actually didn't watch the call because it doesn't seem like you have a real sense of the conversation that we were trying to have. What we were trying to talk about.
It sounds like nobody else understood it either.
Well, hang on. Hold on. I let you talk, Piers. Let me get into it for you because I'll give you a sense of what it was like because I don't think you watched it. But at the end of the day, we were trying to have a conversation about what it's like to be a man in America. And I think what I get frustrated with, you talk about manliness, you talk about the Gillette campaign. I don't know anything about that. I'm a Dollar Shave Club guy myself, frankly, if I shave at all, as you can tell. But here's the bottom line. I think from the right, you have a lot of people like Donald Trump, you have a lot of people like J.D. Vance and Andrew Tate and a whole bunch of others who want to define what it means to be a man. They want to tell everybody that if they're not the type of manliness that they like, type of manliness that you see on the right, that you're not a real man. And I'm sick of that crap. Here's the truth. The conversation that we had is that there are some really serious conversations we need to have amongst white men in this country. For example, white men in America are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than any other group of people in the United States. I didn't hear either party talk about that. What we wanted to do is have a conversation about what's going on in our community, what's going on with the toxicity of that, how we build better mental health, how we take care of each other. We weren't coming in to lecture. I actually think one of the mistakes that Democrats often make is we come in and we lecture and you hear these things from, all men are bad or all white men are bad or like blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you how great we are. There was none of that on our call. What there was a group of men, both people who were celebrities and a lot of people who weren't, coming in and talking about their experience of struggling with mental health, struggling with raising a family, struggling with their politics, struggling with building community and isolation and drug abuse and things like that. That clip you played of Sean Astin, and if you don't know Sean Astin, he's Rudy from the movie Rudy. I highly recommend you check it out. Or Samwise Gamgee in Lord of the Rings if you don't know who he is. But he was talking about his brother who had struggled in his life with addiction. And one of the ways that he was able to get through the addiction that he struggled through his life was because he had this men's group that he went to, you know, something like every Tuesday, he'd go once a week and they would talk. It wasn't quite AA, but it was something where they would come together and he would have a little bit of community. Men in America are struggling with isolation and community right now, and it was nice to hear a diversity of opinion from white men on the different experiences and struggles that they're having.
I don't dispute that, but the problem is what they were getting from Trump. From the moment he got shot and stood back up and went fight, 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 to when he got in the McDonald's and served the fries, and he got in the garbage truck, all this stuff. They just got a message that he's just a regular guy like them, and he was going to sort their pay packets out, sort the southern border out, and get rid of all the woke crap. And it was a message that resonated spectacularly well. And it made a lot of young men, because I talked to them, made a lot of young men feel good, great. I feel more confident now. This is great. It's an uplifting message. With all due respect, your message wasn't really uplifting anything. It just made people feel, oh God, there's so many bad things I've got to worry about in the world. And, you know, it's just, to me, it's like chicken and the egg. It's going about it the wrong way. You should just tell people things are going to be great, and here's how we're going to make them great. And then guess what? If they turn out to be great, people feel great.
We're uncertain of our next move.
I do think there's a broader cultural issue that the Democratic Party needs to deal with. I think we often make people feel bad. I think it seems like we're lecturing people. I think we're not giving people the space to feel like they can be themselves. And I think the right has done a pretty smart job capturing on that and then trying to make it seem like we're your dad yelling at you because you're wearing a backwards baseball cap at the dinner table. And we need to do a better job of connecting with people. We need to do a better job of figuring out how we articulate our values. But one thing I'm going to push back on this entire conversation, I was listening to the panel that you had, is the idea that this election was decided on the culture, I think is wrong. And the idea that it was decided on things like, you know, transgender kids playing sports,
no, it's part
I think
of
is
it.
wrong. This election was decided on the economy. Hold on.
Well, you're wrong. You're actually wrong.
I think this election was decided on the economy. Well, okay, well, that's your opinion. You're allowed to
I've
have
already
it.
said it was decided on three things. Cost of living, stroke inflation, immigration crisis on the border, and wokeism. They're the three things that decided this election. And if you don't think the transgender thing resonated with people, the New York Times said that single ad the Republicans kept putting out of Kamala's for they, them, Trump is for you, may have swung it by 2.5 percentage points, right? One ad, the most effective 30-second ad they called it
Well,
in
let me actually talk about
political
that ad,
history.
though. Hold on. Let me talk about that ad, though, because I actually think it was a really smart political ad by the Trump campaign. But at the end of the day, I want to make the point that I think people were really mad at Democrats about the economy, and I think it's a mistake if Republicans are going to try to argue that it was anything other than that, because people are really frustrated.
Then I think you're living in cloud cuckoo land. Honestly, with all due respect,
let me finish, though. The ad that they put together on the transgender stuff was really smart.
I think you're completely and utterly deluded if you don't think these other issues
Well,
resonate.
you're not letting me finish my point, Pierce. So if you want to give me a minute to finish it so you can actually hear it, that would be great. Because what the Trump campaign did in that ad was really smart. At the end of that ad, there's a tagline that says, Kamala Harris is for they, them, Donald Trump is for us.
Yeah.
That's a really smart political ad. As much as I'm frustrated with the conversation about transgender rights, what they did a good job of in their advertising campaign is making people feel like Donald Trump was going to fight for them, that Donald Trump was going to help them, and then for the most part tying everything back to the economy. If you look at even the border, because they did a lot of tying the border back to like housing, they did a lot of talking about like the economy and grocery prices, even the transgender stuff. Everything was about framing Kamala Harris as for other people, and I think to the point that you were making about celebrities earlier, we played into that a little bit by ending our campaign with so many celebrities that were then seen as lecturing. So that's the broader cultural issue. But I don't think it's that people were sitting at home being like, you know, oh, Kamala Harris wants to let transgender kids play track. Like, she wasn't advocating for that in the campaign. It wasn't an actual platform of that. I don't want to get into that issue necessarily, but what the Trump campaign did was other Kamala Harris.
Well, back with the panel in just a moment. But first, we continue with the Democrat meltdown, Exhibit A, this report from Inside Edition, on how women are fighting back.
In the wake of Donald Trump's historic win, there's a new movement sweeping America. Disappointed women are actually swearing off men.
There's no way I am letting any man near me for the next few years.
They're saying no to dating, no to marriage, no to sex.
Celibacy, at least to me, isn't that hard.
And no to having children.
Like so many other women in America who have been considering trying to get pregnant, I woke up today and said, nope, not anymore.
This woman is actually shaving her head in protests. It's being called the 4B movement, and women are taking to social media declaring their allegiance.
Well, to tell us if women all across America are going on relationship strike is the host of Tomi Lahren is Fearless on Outkick, Tomi Lahren. Tomi, lovely to have you back on Uncensored. You've been incredibly busy for obvious reasons in recent weeks, so welcome back. These women are just all completely nuts, aren't they?
Another bidder has claimed
Yeah,
the
they are. And I
auction.
would also say this. A lot of these women that are going on social media making this public announcement that they're no longer going to date men or they're not going to sleep with men, they're not going to have kids. They're doing it for the validation. They might say that they don't want attention from men. Well, they want attention, which is why they're making these announcements. I would also say for a lot of these women, I don't think that the demand for them is as high as they think it is in their own narcissistic mind. Like a lot of of these women, they would act like men are beating down their door to sleep with them. For a lot of these women, it's probably not the case. And it's not just because of the way they look, it's because of the way that they act and the way that they sound. If you're wondering why Democrats lost with men and why the Republican Party has been able to make such gains with men, including black men and Hispanic men, it's because a lot of the liberals and a lot of the Democrats campaigning not only actively turned away men, but they've got female surrogates out there saying these kind of things. Oh, we don't like men. If you think differently than us, then we're not going to date you. You can't sit with us. The whiny liberal woman turned away so many would-be Democrat voters. And for the sake of my party, I hope Democrats keep doing it. Keep shaving your head. Keep wearing masks. Keep getting the septum piercing, the mark of the beast. Keep doing it because we love to watch it. It's entertainment.
We've also had Nadrotic, the Guardian newspaper in the UK, which also publishes in America, has been on a weird little journey since the result. First of all, the editor of the Guardian, Kath Viner, did a message to staff. A Trump win could reverberate for 1 million years, it began. The result has been very upsetting for many colleagues, and she urged the UK staff to contact your American colleagues to offer your support because they will be most directly affected by the result. She then offered them personal counseling. If you want to talk about it, your manager and members of the leadership team are all available, as is the people team. And there were virtual well-being tools also made available to the poor Guardian journalists. I mean, Nadrotic, these people, what is wrong with them?
I think they see the end coming. The legacy media, like, it's dead. It's dying. And we have, as Elon has been posting on his own platform, we are the media now. Anybody can fire up a camera in their spare bedroom as a hobby and start talking about things. And that's the way we're going to get information in the future. It's going to be a little more difficult, but I would rather have that than have it spoon-fed me from some corporate legacy media source. And I'm had a great week. This has been fantastic watching everybody melt down.
You don't need counseling.
I've had a song in my heart. I don't need counseling, but I'll offer some. You can come over to this side anytime you want.
Well, here's my offer of counseling for the ridiculous way they're all behaving. It's just grow a pair, which that sentence itself will send them raging away. But I don't care anymore. I don't care about offending little wokies anymore. It's over. Right, we can say what we bloody well like now. Right, I'm just done with it. Let me bring in Critical Drinker. The other thing the Guardian did, I mean, they weren't content with the counselling thing. They've now come off X, and in a new letter, they've told us, we just want to let you know that we no longer will post on any official Guardian editorial accounts on X. We think the benefits of X now being outweighed by the negatives. Blah, 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 blah. And they cite the fact that Elon Musk is the owner. He's had a bad influence on making it more toxic and blah, 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 blah. What they really mean is that they lost badly. Their arguments were defeated badly. And a lot of them, like The Guardian, who have been pontificating their visceral hatred of Trump now for years, have probably been on the receiving end of a lot of people mocking them. And they just can't take it. That's the other thing about the woke brigade. They are incredibly oversensitive and offended by everything. But if you stick it back at them, this is what they do. They run away.
Well, yeah, I mean, when it comes to The Guardian leaving X, to quote Jeremy Clarkson, oh no. Anyway, that's the way it is. No one cares.
Yeah.
They are so used to X, or Twitter as it was for them back in the day, being their nice little echo chamber where everyone just agrees with them about everything, and when there's any dissenting voices, they get mysteriously banned or shadow banned or deboosted so that they never get any traction. And so when you actually have to compete in the marketplace of ideas and nobody's interested in your bullshit arguments, well, that's what happens. And they can't take it. They couldn't take the heat, so they're getting out of the kitchen.
And Tommy, Don Lemon has joined the bandwagon. He's now sensationally quit X. Of course, he's the guy that thought he had a deal with Elon Musk. And then after one interview, which was with Elon Musk cancelled the contract. And I know Don from CNN days. I get on well with Don. I saw him in New York in a restaurant, actually. Been a perfectly nice chat. But he's I don't know why he's done it. He's made some big video announcement to the world about quitting X. Let's take a look.
I have loved connecting with all of you on Twitter and then on X for all of these years. But it's time for me to leave the platform. I once believed that it was a place for honest debate and discussion, transparency and free speech. But I now feel it does not serve that purpose.
Tommy, how distraught are you on a scale of 1 to 1,000 that Don Lemon will no longer be talking to you on X?
Well, listen, I've never seen anyone thirstier than Don Lemon. He has been doing this the entire election cycle, trying to go interview people on the street with his man on the street interviews. He is so thirsty. He's a camel in the desert. He wants attention. I think he'll come back to X. But once again, just like all these 4B movement liberal weirdo women, he has to announce it with a video posted on the social media platforms because he wants attention and he wants validation. But we're also seeing historic layoffs at CNN. People are just sick of it. They're sick of these people, these cultural elitists like Don Lemon, like many others. They're sick of watching them. They're sick of listening to them cry. They also feel lied to because all these people told him how great Joe Biden was, that he was so cognitively proficient. Then they told him Kamala Harris was an excellent candidate. And look what happened to both of them. So a lot of people that used to watch these networks, used to listen to people like Don Lemon, they feel lied to and they don't want to watch it anymore. So Don Lemon, go enjoy, get on whatever platform, maybe OnlyFans, maybe Dancing with the Stars. Who cares at this point? We're sick of seeing you. Just look in the mirror if you want to talk to yourself so badly.
Well, I have a personal announcement, which is I will be staying on X permanently because I love it. I love the mayhem. And I don't think it's got more toxic under Elon. I think what he's done is he's lifted the lid off everything so that it's no longer skewed one way. So you're not getting, as you were in the last election, just a constant stream of stuff that is anti-Republican and pro-Democrat. And if there's a story damaging against the Democrats, like the Hunter Biden laptop story, they simply removed it and wouldn't let anyone see it. I mean, that's the kind of censorship that was going on. And if the price for total free speech is that you get the odd person being a dickhead on X, well, trust me, they've always been there. It's just a lot of the dickheads I get are the ones on the left, who are just as vile, by the way, as the ones on the right. I want to play, Esther, you a clip from Dr. Amanda Calhoun, a Yale-affiliated psychiatrist who was on MSNBC and was asked if family members have voted Trump, should you shun them for Thanksgiving and Christmas? Let's take a look.
When you know someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who you know have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why.
Apart from the fact Joy Reid is the biggest lunatic on cable news in America and was also exposed as a horrible homophobic bigot. So when she goes on these rants about Trump, just remember that. Apart from that, the fact that a psychiatrist, Esther, affiliated with Yale, one of the great universities of the world, literally says don't go to see your family if any of them voted for the guy who just won by a landslide, who literally won it all. I mean, what does that say about these people?
I mean, one thing I've noticed is that the left, and I really don't like that term, but I'm going to use that, and the Democrats, because they seem to encompass that, they seem to become sort of the haven of the mentally unwell. So, I mean, and this kind of feeds into the culture war, right? Even though people are saying, you know, there's no conversation, there's no room for like white men to talk about mental health issues and all of that. Just look at who's on whose team. On the right, quote unquote, you don't really have these sort of saggy, very effeminate, whingy, cryy men. They seem pretty masculine. They seem like people that can actually do stuff. They seem people that are useful, that can start families and build communities. And on the left, you have these really mentally unwell, mentally unstable people. You have women shaving their heads and not shaving other parts of their body, unfortunately, having these cowboy thing in their noses, you know, just completely being tatted up. They just look unhealthy. They don't look aspirational. And I think that's one thing that really cut through the noise. I mean, if you look at who you want to be, it's certainly not a lot of the people that you're seeing on the Democrat side, which they unfortunately got together and rallied all the troops and really had this sort of giant clown circus party that unfortunately America rejected soundly.
Let me bring in Mike. You're not looking very impressed by what you're hearing here.
Well, I just think it's a straw man argument, right? We've got to define people a certain way, and then we're going to take people out of extremes and try to drag them out.
You literally have a group called White Men for Kamala.
The entire left looks. So you've got to, you know,
listen,
I'm one of the founders of a group. I'm one of the founders of a group called White Dudes for Harris. I have no problem with that. And look,
But you're not
there are a
defining
lot of
anyone.
conversations that need to be happening, but when we're out there having a conversation about whether or not people should go home for Thanksgiving, I think people need to do a better job of talking to one another and engaging with people who think differently than them. Obviously, I want people to do what's best for their own mental health, but at the end of the day, there's an awful lot of drama on the left right now that you're seeing, and you've seen some of these clips here, but we're grabbing small amount of things and trying to define that it's the entirety of the left, and I don't think that it is, and I think that's a mistake. What we do need to do is do a better job of talking to one another, and what we do need to do a better job of is there's a real culture problem in the Democratic Party. There's a culture problem, and I agree with some of the more conservative commentators here where we've talked about how, you know, Twitter's become a much more fun place for conservatives. You can say whatever you want. I have no problem with that. I think ultimately at the end of the day, I want it to be a place where people can talk. I think to a certain degree, Elon has taken it a little bit too far to the right. For example, my personal home address was doxed on Twitter by a right-wing activist, and I reported it to Twitter, and they told me there was nothing wrong with posting my personal address. That's probably going a little bit too far. I think Democrats have a tendency to try to create their own little safe spaces. There's a lot of people who are moving over to Blue Sky right now instead of Twitter. I have accounts on both. I'm going to be staying on both. I'm going to be going home for Thanksgiving because I have two Republican parents.
Okay.
I want to talk to them. I want to engage with them.
Okay, now, let me ask you, Ernest. I mean, you were looking enraged through some of what you were hearing, but why really? I mean, is anything that anyone's saying actually wrong? I mean, isn't the key message of this election that you guys just blew it?
I'm not enraged more than I'm bored. You all are, I mean, you're the cat with the cream and y'all licking yourselves for the rest of this show. So great. Dunk on libs like that's going to be what's wonderful. You all going to have the House, the Supreme Court, the public. You got it. Okay.
Ernest, if you'd won a landslide, you would be like 50 cats with 50 pots of
This
cream.
wasn't a landslide. I'm so tired of hearing that. My God.
So you're not even letting me talk.
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't a landslide. Sorry, wait a minute.
It's not a
Let me
landslide.
just check the check. Hang on. Let me just go over the checklist. Last time I checked, Trump won the White House. He won the Senate. He won the House of Representatives. Yeah. He won the Electoral College, and he won the popular vote. I'm not sure what your definition of a landslide is.
Hang on.
That looks pretty landslidey to me.
That was an ass kicking. Let me ask you a question. Did Joe Biden win in a landslide 4 years ago? Did Barack Obama win in a landslide in 2008?
I certainly believe he won the election. He didn't have the clean sweep that Trump did.
Any president ever. The most
Donald Trump won the election. I'm not taking anything away from him, but like it was a close win. 225,000 votes in 3 swing states go differently, and Kamala Harris is the president. Like that's not that many people, and I think acting like it's some big mandate or some big electoral landslide when in the last 20 years we've seen bigger wins on both sides doesn't make any sense to me.
If this was on the other side, you would be. This is a mandate against Trumpism.
Maybe, but I mean it's not. So
you'd all be saying it's the end of Trump.
Come on.
The white dudes came out for Harris, but the trouble is, Mike, the white dudes came out for Trump.
Of course they did.
Because
what did you know, dudes? And Ernest, so did the black dudes.
Abandoning the working class.
What are we doing here? This is a lot of yelling.
You get your guy in. Your guy is in.
Welcome to America, dude.
Good luck for 4 years trying to get some real stuff done. Get it done. Shut up. Who cares, right? About the liberals in Hollywood. You're so obsessed about people who clearly don't make a difference. So why waste your breath in your platform talking about people that you don't care about?
The trouble, Ernest, is that it may not just be 4 years.
Get over it
Now, hang on.
Done.
Ernest, it may be if Democrats remain as this deluded and this putting their fingers in their ears and pretending you didn't get beaten for the reasons you got beaten, you could be out of the White House for another 12 years. Let me give you
some credit here because I think you're right.
I honestly think that if the Democrats don't have a radical rethink,
4 years denying an election for 4 years and then not get over that defeat.
If the Democrats, Ernest, shut up. Ernest, I won't shut up. It's my show for one.
Right.
You are an invited guest. And secondly, Ernest, a little bit of advice from your British mate. Ernest, a little bit of advice from your British mate. If you guys don't dramatically change your radical positions on stuff, you will not be back in the White House for 12 years. Tommy, let me come to you. Tommy?
Yeah, I'm just politely raising my hand. Ernest, I believe that's your name. I'm going to tell you why we're doing this. It's to help you out, first and foremost. We want the Democrat Party to be sane again. We would love that just for the sake of this country, for the sake of the world. We'd like some sanity on your side. But also, selfishly, it's really fun for us, okay? You guys have spent the last 10 plus years calling us racist and Nazis and deplorables and garbage, and now you lost so badly. So yes, we're going to take a couple of victory laps because it's fun for us. This is going to be fun for the next 4 years. Get ready for it. We're going to enjoy it, okay?
Right. You're not going to get anything done outside of dunking, and you all will lose again because politics will be done.
Watch us.
There's going to be lots of backstabbing over there in the Trump camp. He's going to lose the appointees. I promise you that these people he's appointing right now will not make it in 2 years, most of them. There's going to be a lot of backbiting, arguing within Republicans, establishment ones, rhinos, and everybody else. You all will spend time talking over trans people and celebrities, and you're not going to get most of your agenda done because you're going to be too busy fighting and taking dunks at liberals rather than getting things done for the working class.
Ernest, I'm worried. Ernest, I'm genuinely worried, Ernest, about your blood pressure. Mike, very quickly, please.
Go ahead. Look,
Pierce, I actually think you said something that was right, which is that Democrats do need to take a hard look in the mirror and talk about the way we're engaging with people, talk about the way we're talking about the economy and putting our policies together, talk about the way we're handling things like the border. We have serious issues that we need to address. We have to change the way that we campaign. We have to change the way that we talk to people. We have to change the way that we organize. And there's a lot of work that has to be done. So I think we need to sort of stare into the abyss. And I appreciate that all the conservatives on this call are having a good time. Enjoy the win. It feels good to win. I personally am going to get back to work and try to figure out what we need to fix in the Democratic Party, along with a lot of other people. And we'll see you guys on the ballot probably in a couple of months for some of these special elections.
You know what? You know the guy I really want to meet is the guy who was running a secret Latino dudes for Trump. Because whoever that guy is had a fantastic election. Critical Drinker, very quickly, are we going to see a sea change in Hollywood as they come to terms with the scale of its loss and realize the error of their ways? Are we going to see, for example, a reboot again of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and actually let dwarf actors appear as dwarf characters? Could this happen?
I'm still holding out for my dwarf actors in this. Yeah, I think award season is going to be the benchmark for this kind of thing. It's too early to tell at the moment, but I will say they are not in the commanding position that they were in 8 years ago when you had the extreme backlash against this sort of thing. They have had year after year of flop, financial disasters, franchises absolutely destroyed. I think the general public has made it clear to them they are done with this shit. And they do not want to hear Hollywood's political opinions anymore. So if they have an ounce of common sense, and that is a big if, they will shut up about this stuff and just get back to making good movies.
My God, hallelujah. Wouldn't that be great? And you know what? The first thing they should do is say, you know, we've seen the mood of this election, and the next James Bond is going to be a big, strapping bloke who's going to go back to seducing women left, right, and center. He's going to chain smoke. He's going to drink all sorts of great stuff, martinis, shaken, stirred, any way you like. He's going to kill every baddie that comes in his way, sometimes ruthlessly and heartlessly without a second thought. That's going to be the new James Bond, because that's the Bond we all loved. And Ernest, you're going to grow to love it, mate. Trust me. Thank you all to my panel. Great to see you all. Thank you.
This is Donald Trump's house, brother. She's a fake, a fraud. She's a pretender. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country. I'm not going to do conspiracy, and I'm not going to do conspiracy.
Here we are in the final weeks, the closing message.
There's literally a floating island of garbage. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
It was ill-advised to have that kind of person there at that kind of rally.
We are being told through legacy media constantly that this is a holy war. This rhetoric of that Trump is Hitler and that all of his followers are Nazis. Like, that is very, very, very costly.
I hope we have a secure border, and I hope Donald Trump does bring more jobs back to this country, but I don't know what's going to happen, man.
Military structure.
The US election is 1 week away, and the country now feels divided over just about everything. There are two wildly different versions of reality depending on what you watch or who you follow. If you follow the Republican line, you just saw Trump give an election-winning speech to an historic movement of supporters inside a packed arena that is deep in his opponent's territory. Democrat medicine, let's call it the blue pill. Well, then you saw this.
But that jamboree happening right now, you see it there on your screen, in that place is particularly chilling because in 1939, more than 20,000 supporters of a different fascist leader, Adolf Hitler, packed the garden for a so-called pro-America rally. A rally where speakers voiced anti-Semitic rhetoric from a stage draped with Nazi banners. Now, against that backdrop of history, Donald Trump, the man who has threatened to use the military against opponents he calls enemies from within, who has threatened to use the troops to quell what he says are lawless cities, and to use those troops to carry out mass deportations of immigrants, is once again turning Madison Square Garden into a staging ground for extremism.
And that wasn't just a line from an excitable broadcaster on an openly far left-wing network. Vice presidential nominee Tim Walz said this.
Donald Trump has descended into madness over the last few weeks. And I think some of you don't miss on this. Go do your Google on this. Donald Trump's got this big rally going at Madison Square Garden. There's a direct parallel to a big rally that happened in the mid-1930s at Madison Square Garden. And don't think that he doesn't know for 1 second exactly what they're doing there.
If Tim Walz had done his Google on this, he'd have known that Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton and George W. Bush all held election rallies at Madison Square Garden, which has also hosted the DNC many times. If Madison Square Garden is a direct parallel with the Nazis and Hitler, I've got some very sad news for anybody with tickets to see Cyndi Lauper there tomorrow night. And on the subject of alternative realities, Kamala Harris is now bizarrely arguing that Trump is going to take away people's guns.
For everybody, should he be president of the United States? Right? That's the question. Should he have the ability to sit behind the seal of the President of the United States when he says he wants to terminate the Constitution of the United States? You know what that would mean? In the Constitution of the United States is your Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable search and seizure. Your Fifth Amendment right, your Sixth Amendment right to an attorney.
Well, a lot of rights gonna be gone. The First Amendment.
But the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. Yes. Look, I'm in favor of the Second Amendment. I don't believe we should be taking anybody's guns away.
I really don't think Donald Trump's going to be taking people's guns away. The Democrats flogged the democracy on the ballot line for a year, and they quietly dropped it because it wasn't working. Voters are screaming that they're worried about the price of groceries, about jobs, about housing, and about border security, and about whether the Harris campaign really believes this attack line or not. The fact is that many people are reading it as desperate student politics. Bill Clinton has given Harris some pertinent advice. He said people are basically sick of all this paralyzing bad-mouthing. I think that what she ought to do, said Bill Clinton, is to pick the things that she cares the most about and she believes and go beyond what's been done. I'll say what you like about Clinton. He knew a thing or two about winning elections. And right now, it looks like Kamala Harris is not winning this election. Donald Trump appears to be the happier candidate with the momentum behind him. No surprise at his press conference in Mar-a-Lago this morning, he gave us more of the same.
Kamala Harris has obliterated our borders, obliterated. We've never had a situation like this. Decimated the middle class, and runaway inflation has caused problems, the likes of which we never thought possible. Bloodshed, squalor to our cities is common, and they've unleashed a war and chaos all over the world. You take a look, everything's blowing up or getting ready to blow up.
Right now, Trump doesn't need to change course. More of the same is working just fine. Harris has just 1 week to turn this around, and that's a reality that both sides can agree on. Well, in a moment, I'm going to be speaking to the CEO of Timcast, Tim Pool, and the former Ohio State Senator Nina Turner. But first, I'm joined by Kevin McCarthy, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives. Kevin McCarthy, great to have you on Uncensored.
We obey the unity's will.
Just wanted to get your reaction off the top to this rally at Madison Square Garden. I was actually there. First rally I've ever been to of Donald Trump's. I must say, I didn't feel like I was at a Nazi movement rally. Did you?
No, not at all. I mean, when you look at this rally, just President Trump able to feel in New York, a blue state, Not only did he fill the stadium, everybody outside. That was an unbelievable accomplishment. What really failed in this process is some staffer on Trump's campaign that allowed a comedian to go there. So you gave the Democrats an opportunity to try to attack it. But what I have found is here we are in the final weeks, the closing message. President Trump's on message. But if you are looking, Kamala Harris has spent more than $1 billion. I don't know the three things she would do if she was elected. Bill Clinton was right when he gave Hillary Clinton advice in 2016. You ought to get up to Wisconsin and Michigan. I'm seeing a lot of Trump signs. He knows how to win races. I think his advice is very clear to Kamala Harris. She has wasted $1 billion. She hasn't found her voice. It's kind of a desperation when you go to Nazis, Hitler, and all that, and it doesn't sell well. And when you start your campaign about joy and you have a whole convention about joy, this is not the place you want to end. This shouldn't be your closing argument. And it's a sign that if you're looking from the outside, she's not doing well in the polls, and it looks like she'll probably lose.
Our will is transcendent.
You referenced there the so-called joke by Tony Hinchcliffe. It was interesting because Jon Stewart today, there's a clip I was watching from him last night where he talked about this, and he put it in some context. So this guy he's an infamous roaster. He was at Tom Brady's roast, and he said some stuff there which made this look like a tea party. So they kind of knew what they were putting on the bill. I agree with you. It was a pretty stupid decision to have a guy like that, because that's what he's going to do. But having taken that decision, how damaging do you think it will be? I mean, there's a lot of people obviously getting very angry about the insult to Puerto Rico. There are a lot of Puerto Ricans, for example, in Pennsylvania. Could this kind of thing be genuinely damaging or not?
I don't think it changes any of the outcome. Look, President Trump has denounced it. He's not been a part of it. What it does, it takes away for how big an event that New York event was, to be able to go in there, go to California before as well. I don't think there's an undecided voter in America. Who's going to win is who brings out the low propensity voters. So what you really have to look at is the early votes. Republicans who had been holding their votes back to only on election day, they're doing much better than they had in 2020. I don't know if the polls have improved, but if you take the polls from 4 years ago, 8 years ago, President Trump is in a much stronger place. If you look at whoever wins this presidential election, I hope they win not just the Electoral College, but they win the popular vote too, so we don't stay divided. When you win elections about ideas, you have a much stronger ability to govern. And I would say look at President Trump's press conference today. He's talking about inflation, he's talking about the border, and he's talking about foreign policy. Those are really the top issues in America, and it's the issues that he leads on. And I think that's going to drive more voters. She's running a campaign where 40% of her voters aren't voting for her, they're just voting against President Trump. That's a hard way to win if you're just running against somebody. Presidential elections should be aspirational. They should be, what would the next 4 years look like? Where can you take America? And I think at this moment in time, that's a reason why President Trump is leading. But it really all comes down to Pennsylvania. You know, in the last presidential election, it was decided by less than 50,000 votes, 48,918 votes. That's how many votes President Biden won by because of the Electoral College. So there's no telling, is this another undercount with Trump? Are the polls right? And who gets the most voters out, especially the low propensity voters, because the intensity level is high on both sides.
I was speaking to a pollster yesterday who said it's not completely fanciful that Trump could end up winning the presidency and Republicans could win not just the Senate, but also the House and the popular vote. That it could be a complete clean sweep. I mean, do you think that
offers. Powering phase engines.
Dr. Pollen, I'm your 2 o'clock.
Oh, hey, Mandy. Have a seat. What can I do for you?
It's terrible. I can't even. I have literally lost my ability to even.
Whoa, let's calm down. What was it? Some sort of tragic loss? Death in the family? No one misgendered you, did they?
No, it's even worse. Elon Musk wants to buy our company.
All right, not another one. All right, just tell me, what is it about Elon buying Twitter that actually bothers you? And remember, this is a safe space. There's no judgment here.
If he buys our free speech platform, people will be able to have free speech on our platform.
Well, that's just stupid. All right, let's get to the bottom of this. Let's go a little bit deeper. What exactly bothers you about somebody having free speech on our free speech platform?
If we don't have the unilateral power to ban ideas we don't like, we'd actually have to discuss and defend our ideas based on their own merit.
And what's the problem with that?
It's just everyone who disagrees with me is a Nazi. So it's imperative that I change their mind with force and violence.
Production of the item
Very
is
interesting.
complete.
Let's try something else. I'm gonna hold up some shapes, and I want you to tell me exactly what you see.
Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. That one kind of looks like a lip. Nazis, Nazis, Adolf Hitler, Nazis. Oh, I know that one. It's the Hindu symbol for peace. Namaste. Nazis, Nazis, Donald Trump. No, wait, it's still Nazis.
Fascinating. Now, I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to answer honestly. Is Elon in the room with us right now?
Yes, I see him at work. I see him at Whole Foods. I see him when I get into my Tesla. He's everywhere.
We await the Unity's command.
All right, whatever. Next.
Hey, Doc. What? Why do you have these pictures of my mom?
Powering phase engines.
Hey you! Are you enjoying these videos? Then I have a loose suggestion for you. Why don't you like it? Comment and hit the subscribe button. In fact, even if you didn't like this video, I strongly suggest that you do it. It's not a threat. I'm not pressuring you. You just have to do it.
Harmony research complete.
I feel like this is definitely like really relevant considering the video we just looked at with those guys, you know?
Amazon sucks right now. Uber sucks right now. Netflix sucks. Facebook sucks. Instagram sucks.
What seems to be the problem, officer?
You've been driving in the carpool lane for the past 3 miles. Alone.
Alone? Well, you should know that my pronouns are they, them. So we can drive in the carpool lane.
I got a driver out here in the carpool lane says her pronouns are they.
Excuse me, her?
All right, let's just get your license and registration, please, ma'am. Ma'am, you. Can I say you?
You want me to provide photo ID? Racist much?
Okay, how about just a vaccine card then?
Yeah, no problem. I've got all my medical records right here. We were boosted 7 times, 1 for each of us. Anyway, it's all there. Are we free to go, sir?
Wait.
Calls us to action.
I'm sorry, did you just, did you just assume my gender? It's actually offensive to look at somebody and assume by their appearance that they are a man or a woman.
Man or woman? Now you're implicitly perpetuating the oppressive societal construct of the gender binary onto me, a victim of violent police aggression.
Please stop yelling. Verbal attacks are violence, which is triggering.
Trigger? Are you gonna shoot me? I literally can't even.
Don't you mean we?
Yeah, we literally can't even.
Saying you can't do something is ableist and mocks people that actually have a mental or physical disability.
We have a mental disability.
Well, I'm 1/1024th Navajo, and you're lucky that I'm giving you a fine and not kicking you off my ancestral land that you white colonizers stole from my people.
You can't find we. That money funds police departments and perpetuates the terrorization of underprivileged communities and the expansion of the police state.
I need backup at the 405 in Santa Monica. They're getting away.
What, they? How many of them are there? Who's getting away?
They are! They are!
We await the Unity's command.
can't make it. Gotta hear him holding up a Caesar and a Pizza Hut taco.
Oh, cool. Can you pick me up a pan pizza?
You got it, bud.
We obey the Unity's will.
Welcome to the end card. You're the contestant who just got to watch a great Babylon Bee video. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like, subscribe, and comment below. You could win the chance to win a fabulous opportunity to watch another amazing Babylon Bee video.
We await your command.
Civilian structure complete.
Production.
After decades of domination, great American legacy brands like Bud Light, Ben & Jerry's, and Target have taken a financial and reputational hit because they decided to hop on the woke bandwagon. Sky News All-Stars Rita Panahin, Megyn Kelly, and Caleb Bond chronicle the meteoric fall of these brands and ask if they will ever recover and win back their loyal customer base. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are some of the biggest buzzwords in corporate America. In fact, DEI management is the second fastest growing job on LinkedIn at the moment, and big businesses are feeling the pressure to improve their reputation as an employer of choice in an increasingly competitive marketplace. But do these companies actually care about the well-being of their employees, or is this a very expensive display of virtue signaling?
What you find with
Do you know what alternative facts meant?
I'm aware.
Can you please explain it for us? So tell the person who uttered it on her third Sunday show the day looking into a blank camera and then immediately said what I meant.
Well, we could also do other examples. I mean,
No, you can answer the question though. You have to be fair. You're not going to go back 8 years and do that.
Well, I asked you a question about your role in the
No,
White House.
you gave me two choices. You gave me two choices and they're both inaccurate. So I hope you take these same concerns to the people who have lied to your face for 4 years in this administration, all the way to this crushing defeat of a sitting vice president.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Hope all's good wherever you are. You're about to watch a woke Harvard student regret instantly having asked this question to Kellyanne Conway. For anybody who might not be familiar, she's an American political consultant. She was a pollster, and she served as senior counsel to President Trump in his administration from 2017 to 2020. Let's get it. I'll give you my thoughts on the back end.
Thank you. Let's go over here.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you very much for being here. My name is Jane Peterson. I'm a second-year MPP student here at the Kennedy School. And I wanted to ask, since the last time you've been here was in 2016, I wanted to ask a question about your job as a White House spokesperson. In that role, you said things that were often pretty audacious, often caused people to question things that they have seen with their own eyes. And so I'm curious, in that role, I was always wondering whether it was a survival response in what seemed like it was a very chaotic White House, or was it a strategy? So was it strategy or was it survival? You know, all the bantering with journalists, the alternative facts. Was it strategy or was it survival?
Do you know what alternative facts meant?
I'm aware.
Can you please explain it for us? So tell the person who uttered it on her third Sunday show the day looking into a blank camera and then immediately said what I meant.
Well, we could also do other examples. I mean,
No, you can answer the question though. You have to be fair. You're not going to go back 8 years and do that.
Well, I asked you a question about your role in the White House.
You gave me two choices. You gave me two choices and they're both inaccurate.
So alternative facts, I'm assuming means...
Oh, you're assuming. Go ahead. Revenge awaits. I've talked about it in many interviews. I wrote a whole book about it.
It's interesting that you decide to come here and know that you're going to be accepting questions from students, and yet...
Okay, so then I'll answer it. Thank you for your question. I gave you a good chance there, and it's a great chance for you because I don't need any more airtime. I get plenty of it. So I think your choices were survivor's response. That's rich. Or, since you know nothing about me, or banter, what was it? something else silly.
I said strategy or survival.
Strategy.
Not survival.
How about trying to, first of all, my job was counselor to the president. I said no to press secretary. 42 minutes after President Trump was elected, he offered me that job. He said, you'd be great at that. I said, I would be terrible at that. I'm not even sure what they do. Some days I'm still not sure. Clearly, I'm not sure after these 4 years. The border's secure. President Biden is behind the scenes. He's a trapeze artist and a triathlete. You just can't see it. So I hope you take these same concerns to the people who have lied to your face for 4 years in this administration, all the way to this crushing defeat of a sitting vice president who could have been the first female president of color in our nation's history, but instead had to eat and own all the lies that had been told by this administration. Alternative facts was very simple. It was, I meant to say alternative information, additional facts. It wasn't George Orwell. It wasn't a new set of facts. And you can read my whole book. There's a whole chapter about it where I explain it. I don't defend it myself. I explain it. And if you want to be judged by 2 words in your life, it'll take me, it wouldn't take me much time to find those 2 words. But I don't do that. I don't look at people that way. Seti, I think we're going to have to go a little bit more deeply than me giving some advice on how to people find common ground. I'm very proud that I was able to tell people what was going on in the White House, what the Tax Cut and Jobs Act meant to them, that we had over 100 corporate incursions, that we had U.S. companies legally parked overseas, that since then we've had $2.5 trillion of wealth repatriated this country, that corporations did invest in their research and inventory, in their workforce. I just had lunch yesterday with a woman in D.C. who told me her company raised the minimum wage to $20 the minute that passed. It goes on and on. I'm very happy to have told the country that I work for the president. 7 promised to do it, only 1 did. 7 presidents promised to move the embassy to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv to recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. 1 did it. Give back the Golan Heights. Sign the Abraham Accords. I'm very happy to announce a lot of trade deals. So here's what I do. I look at the full measure of people. And if the idea is to try to cut them down from one thing they said or one bad day they had or one article they wrote, then I wish you a much happier life than all that. So I don't have an answer to a question that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, except to say you can read my book about alternative facts. You can listen to the many interviews I've given about it. It was never actually a different set of facts. And that's pretty obvious. So, and I will say this, you go back to 2016, the media, who I guess just has a whole living of getting the elections wrong, on that they're consistent. They couldn't get enough of Donald Trump and Kellyanne Conway during the election. Every show, every minute, so I'm well on the record as saying which states he was going to win, how he was going to win in 2016, where he was going to win. And then he won, and people changed. They turned like that. Just when we need the media's help to tell the country what's going on, to co-parent the White House and the mainstream media, to responsibly co-parent the country for 4 to 8 years. Instead, they turn out to be a lot of deadbeat dads, interested in not getting the story, but getting the president and tearing us down. And I'll go back and look at it. But they have a horrible record. I mean, Kamala Harris is winning Iowa by 4 points, 3 points. Trump wins it by 13. That's just election interference. Next.
Can we do one more?
You can do as many as you want.
We await your command.
We got to keep in mind when we say students, right? They're adults. These are adults. Now, granted, when I was her age, she's probably in her early 20s. I didn't have all the answers either. None of us do. We all have this come to Jesus moment where we realize, okay, I don't have all the answers. But at the same time, this is somebody who's at Harvard. There was a time, right, where just getting into Harvard meant you were smart. If you're an employer and you were hiring, say, lawyers, just the fact that they graduated from Harvard, you knew that they had a higher IQ than the average member of the population. It's not the case now at all. The education system, the college system, this needs to be abolished, and they need to start over. Kids are graduating, they know about oppression and victimology, they know about all the woke nonsense, but that's all. They're just indoctrinated. This is a perfect example that educated doesn't mean smart. You're supposed to learn how to have critical thinking. If not, it's like that scene in Good Will Hunting when the guy tells them you can just get your education from a library card, which is literally true. If you're not going to learn how to think critically, how to process stuff, you just read the book from the library. Harvard's become a mental asylum. And I like how she gave Kamala Harris a little bit of props here, but let's face it, Kellyanne Conway would be way more qualified to be the president than Kamala Harris. Absolutely ludicrous. It's going to be a great 4 years. Hope you all enjoyed the video. If you did, smash that thumbs up button for your boy. Consider subscribing to the channel, help it grow. I'll catch you all in the next video. Peace out, everybody.
Planet has been discovered.
You were outbid, you scurvy dog.
Civilian structure complete. We await the Unity's command.
Now it's time for Lefty's Losing It. We've been seeing a lot of Bill Maher lately. He has a book to flog, so he's been everywhere. From The View to Gutfeld. Of course, he went on Fox, that's where the audience is. But the more we see of him, the more clear it is that this lefty, who is occasionally sane and lucid, is either wildly ignorant or dishonest. Watch as Megyn Kelly educates him, or tries to, about election denial.
I mean, you keep saying sort of I'm nuts because I don't see the difference between the elephant and the mouse, and I'm telling you I identify them differently than you do. Hillary Clinton, of course, is the original election denier. I'm sure you voted for her in 2016.
Well, she's not an election denier.
She absolutely was the OG election denier.
She, first of all, she came out before the sun had risen to concede the election to Trump.
And then spent the next 4 years saying he was illegitimate. He was an illegitimate president.
Okay, well, first of all, she didn't say he was an illegitimate.
Yes, she did.
You tell me exactly what she said.
She said those exact words repeatedly.
Okay.
Yep, she did. She said those exact words, Bill.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president.
Is Bill Maher really that clueless about Hillary Clinton's election denying ways? Was Maher hiding under a rock for the years she pushed the lie that the 2016 election was stolen, where she helped formulate and spread Russian collusion conspiracies that undermined democracy in the US? Maher is either frightfully ignorant or lying. There are no other options at this point. Let's remind him of some of the things Hillary has said.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president. He knows. He knows. So I know that he knows that this wasn't on the level. I don't know that we'll ever know everything that happened, but clearly we know a lot and are learning more every day, and history will probably sort it all out.
As I've been telling candidates who have come to see me, you can run the best campaign, you can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you.
Apparently Bill Maher missed that, and he also missed the truth about January 6th, or as he calls it, the insurrection. Let's listen now to some of his paranoid fantasies.
On January 20th, 2025, he'll show up at the White House, whether he's invited or not. And I don't think that's going to be good.
He's gonna bomb in if he lost?
Yes. Oh yeah, bomb is a word I wouldn't even throw around lightly.
Oh, stop it! He's not going to do that.
Right, like there was never an attack on the Capitol.
I hear you, but he's not going to show up at the inauguration.
Like they didn't show up at the Capitol and break windows and knock down doors and kill cops and chase.
They didn't do that.
They didn't break windows, knock down
cops.
They of course did.
No, they didn't.
Who did? They died of natural causes that day?
Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, the medical examiner, has determined that he suffered 2 strokes and died of natural causes.
Yeah, nobody died that day.
Cops?
No, not true.
Okay. Oh, I don't remember the names.
They didn't. There was Brian Sicknick, who died later after the fact.
Megyn Kelly is so much smarter, better informed, and better at her job than Maher. It's frightening. He's the best they've got, though. And the man who prides himself on his depth of knowledge and critical thinking skills kept on embarrassing himself. Here, Megyn schools him on the selective enforcement of the law that saw Biden still classify documents and not be charged.
One actually had the ability to declassify documents and keep them because he'd been the president, and one didn't because he should have been looking at documents only in a skiff while a sitting U.S. senator, and clearly he stole classified documents that he wasn't entitled to and never had the ability to declassify them.
Another planet joins the Unity.
Maybe you know more about that than I do. I don't remember that part of it, and I always don't trust anything I hear until I vet it from the other side, because everybody sort of has their one-sided view of it, and narrative is more important than truth. I know this is the right-wing narrative.
I'm not like that, Bill. I care about facts. I practiced law for 10 years. I want to get the cases right.
You know, Conservatives are guilty of the bigotry of low expectations when it comes to Bill Maher. I've done it too. I've praised him and played his clips when he's occasionally said something sensible, something the right has been saying for years. But at his core, he's a delusional Democrat who has spoken of his dream of seeing Gavin Newsom becoming president. Yeah, the California governor, that one. I think fellow traveller Bill Burr summed up Maher nicely during their recent chat.
Most of the you say is not smart. It's just sort of obscure.
It's not obscure to a certain percentage of people. I'm not some giant egghead. I'm just
I know you're not that smart.
And Greg Gutfeld had the right idea about Maher, who was on his show earlier this week.
In another installment of the ongoing Twitter,
Structure complete.
I don't. It's so stupid. I can't even explain it. It's so
Hostility research complete.
So there's this game on Steam called Mouthwashing. I know it's a pretty weird name, but hey, the game has overwhelmingly positive reviews. And the devs seem pretty based. To my understanding, this is like a spooky sort of game. I actually saw it in my Discovery queue a few weeks ago. Follow the lives of the crew as they weather starvation, isolation, and each other. People were never your strong suit anyway. And so there's this character, Anya. This is her, right here. Anya.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
She looks like she's from a PlayStation 1 game.
Because over on Twitter, there were some artists who drew fan art of Anya, to which they began to get harassed by the Twitter police, and the devs then issued a response to them, completely obliterating the Twitter cops. Bounding into Comics would write about this, saying...
So basically, somebody drew... Are they going to show the art? I think they probably will. Oh, you know why he's probably not showing it? It's probably because it's going to get the character, it's going to get the video demonetized or get him in trouble. I'll just show you guys right now. I just want you guys to understand what we're talking about. There we go. So this is the character. That's the fan art that they did.
Control group created.
And naturally, people responded with, "I will fucking kill you."
Awaits.
As I said, we have a massive mental health crisis. It is ongoing.
We seek minds to make
and
our own.
This is the latest manifestation of that problem.
Whatever the Unity wills.
Person adventure game set against the silent horror of deep space. Mouthwashing sees players put into the role of crew member aboard the Tulpar transport freighter, which during a post-delivery return journey suffers a catastrophic mechanical error and ends up crash landing on an uncharted planet. Left stranded with few resources to their name, Tulpar's 5-person crew spend the game's runtime trying to navigate not only their survival, but also the social and psychological tensions that have resulted from both their relative workplace isolation and their near-death experience.
Seems interesting.
And it's among this small crew that one can find the aforementioned Anya, the medic of Tulpar, and its only female member. Anya is presented as a good-hearted woman who, though slowly losing grip on her sanity due to the trauma of the crash and the events that follow after, does her best to provide physical and emotional care to the rest of the crew. Well, at least most of them.
It's crazy how something that has PlayStation 1 graphics makes the story of the other games that are coming out nowadays look like they're the ones that should have PlayStation 1 graphics. Like, this is actually a relatively compelling idea. Like, after reading that and listening to that, I'm like, this could be interesting. Maybe I should try this game out.
Her personality and her Shelley Duvall-inspired appearance, Anya quickly endeared herself to the internet at large, and as a result, the medic soon found herself being depicted in multiple pieces of fan art.
Just real quick, how long would the game take for me to beat? Is it a long game? Okay, why don't we play it this week? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Okay, cool. Yeah. Sure.
As a result, the medic soon found herself being depicted in multiple pieces of fan art.
Wow.
Unfortunately, many of these illustrations drew condemnation from the moral busybodies among the mouthwashing fan base. Wait, it says mouthwatering. Is that like a joke or something, or is that a typo, or did I get it wrong? Am I crazy? I swear it's mouthwashing, isn't it? Who accused any piece that so much as depicted her with defined breasts as quote-unquote sexualizing. Oh, I get it. So these are the sort of people who would love the Veilguard slider, right? Got it. But yeah, they say that making any fan art of her with a nice chest size would be sexualizing the sexual assault survivor.
It's just a video game. She didn't get sexually assaulted. It's a cartoon.
Defilers encroach upon us. Civilian structure.
What the hell's wrong with you? Like, what are you talking? Like, you're getting mad. She's not real. Like, it's not even a real person. Like, what? How do you do this to yourself? Like, oh my God, we gotta we need to have a place where we can put all of these people.
A cleansing fire.
Like, you just put them all in one place.
Saying such reactions can be found in the Twitter replies and quote retweets of pieces drawn by artists such as Spoiled Muffin. As you can see, here's a tweet from Spoiled Muffin with that art of Anya, achieving over 48,000 likes. However, as mentioned, there are some angry weird Twitter police in the quote tweets. For example, hot take, I don't think it's appropriate to sexualize SA victims.
I agree, but you're looking at a drawing.
The unities will be done.
This right here, this is the kind of guy that, like, he logs on to Twitter to follow the Lakers. Let's see, maybe like a politician that he likes, and a comedian, like, you know, Bill Burr. Like, that's it. NASCAR, yeah, and like one pretty girl. Or like maybe Kendrick Lamar or something like that. That's it. Yeah, he's not even thinking about this fucking bullshit, right? This is like, you know, this guy thinks about politics when he's voting, right? That's when he thinks about politics. That's it. It's a cartoon, man. And also, here's another component to it that I think is important.
Civilian structure complete.
I don't like the idea that a character with certain proportions is automatically more or less sexual. And I would argue that it even goes farther than that, where the implication here is that a person who has certain proportions is inherently more sexual. And if they are inherently more sexual, you could easily say they're being sexualized or sexualizing themselves. And I think that people use that logic as a rationalization to downplay sexual assault that they receive. You see how this happens? You see the A, B, C, D here? The logical parallels? Very, very fucking annoying.
We seek minds to make
extremely fucking annoying.
Mining upgrade complete.
They're body shaming? Of course they're body shaming. It's so weird if a woman looks like a woman and then it's immediately sexualizing. It's common issue. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that I think that it's so pervasive that it goes as far as women who have proportions that men generally like traditionally. Let's just say that, right? Or an appearance that, like, just hot girls. Having a pretty girl or a girl with larger proportions is not inherently sexual. And to say that it is, I think, is used as a justification for downplaying sexual assault against people like that. I think it's disgusting. And that's what I find to be so funny with these types of people, is that, and this is how you know that they're pieces of shit. It's because these people don't actually care about sexual assault victims. They care about looking like they're good people. And in the process of that, they end up actually making everything worse. It's internet brownie points. Yeah, exactly. Look up his Twitter. I wouldn't call him a normie. Oh, maybe not.
Response saying, I agree, IRL, but you're looking at a drawing. Yeah. Another saying, when the art style is fire, but the artist gives the character gooner proportions. Response saying, devs just said you losers are not welcome. Yep. And yeah, soon we'll get to the dev statement. Another saying, can any of you people draw women normally? Response.
That's right. Carm, you know what? You know what I think these people are? I'll tell you what they are. Fat. There are normal women that look like this. I follow about 300 of them on Instagram. I know this. I know this better than anybody. The idea that people that have certain proportions are like this is somehow abnormal or problematic.
Planet item
It's straight up. It's textbook body shaming. That's it.
Reading, oh no, breasts, shocked. Yeah, apparently that person's like mind is so rotted they just think women don't have breasts or something. Like literal loony talk.
No, guys, probably they're just most of the time. Like this is probably a thing that you shouldn't say, but everybody knows it's true. I think that the majority of people out there that are trying to enforce these norms are ugly women that are trying to rationalize and trying to create a cultural acceptance of their appearance, and they don't want to have women that are conventionally attractive viewed as conventionally attractive because they view it as competition. It's the same reason why women like gassing up fat girls and telling them that they're the prettiest one out of the bunch, because they're not threatening to them. And it's the same reason why if you see a leaked group chat of like girls talking about other girls, you're going to see something that's worse than anything Andrew Tate would have ever said. Like, you know, at least not done, but said at least, right? They're horrible. And I think that that's really, and that's the same reason why, like, you want to know what the fat acceptance movement is for? It's for fat women to normalize being fat, so they create a cultural expectation that it's okay and acceptable to date fat women. That's the reason why. If you look at any of these, like, fat acceptance movements, it's like 95% fat women. Why is it? It's because they're advocating for this, so they look like they're normal. That's the reason why. Like, and I understand, like, me saying this is a hot take, you're not supposed to say this. But I have eyes. I think we all do. It is what it is. Everybody knows this. It's a true take. Yeah, it is. It's true.
It's transcendent.
These people would love the Veilguard slider. Maybe I should start calling them like Veilguard people. So this artist, Joetastic, got over 100,000 likes and over 10 million views on Twitter, making this wonderful animation of Anya like walking by in the hallway, seeing this mirror, and then making a number of cute poses, to which the door with the mirror opens and she dies on the spot. It's over.
Oh,
What's really wholesome is this then inspired a lot of artists to respond to the quote tweets with their own takes on that animation. I'll just play a brief compilation for you to take a look at and enjoy. There's many very talented artists responding to quote tweets. Unfortunately, of course, I can't show them all. And on a non-wholesome note, the artist Joetastic, who made the animation, would then say, someone accused me of giving Anya D-cups in my videos when I literally...
Women don't have D-cups. That's not real. That's for porn.
Revenge awaits.
Use the in-game models. I'm sorry your imagination is running wild, but that's not on me.
Yeah, that's in porn, guys.
Joetastic, including a screenshot where someone had said, okay, I think it's fine if people make art of Anya looking cute, but I think giving her D-cup breasts and making her look bumbling and stupid in front of one of her abusers is horribly distasteful, considering what the game dives into. Is that not her normal in-game model in the video? The model OP uses in their works looks to be the same as her normal model. And then showing the comparison, you know, it's
transcendent. Production of the item is complete.
Where do these people come from? It's just so sad. What's wrong with them? They'll never win? No.
It's really pathetic that there's still people out there who will harass artists like this. It seems like a lot of these sort of creeps got left behind in like 2023. However, as you can see, there's still some left. Fortunately, I'll mention once again that the devs have issued an official response calling these people out. And I'm sure you understand why I want to show you all the context first. Because it doesn't even end there either. When I was playing that compilation showing the art, you may have noticed this wonderful piece of art of Anya.
Yeah.
And as you can presume, the artist who made this also
received death threats.
Fortunately, other people were very quick to call them out. For example, this tweet saying, people who say this drawing is quote-unquote sexualizing Anya is outing themselves as porn addicts. This picture of a woman who is showing no skin, but big boobs. Breasts aren't inherently sexual. If you believe otherwise, that's a harmful
also, they are to an extent, but that's not a bad thing. like, just because somebody is attractive doesn't mean that, like, it's just like I just, like, I feel like we have to rediscover fire every single week now. Like, it's insane. Like, we're rediscovering fire with this kind of common sense perspective. It's only sexual when they're hot? Well, here's the thing, too, is that if somebody has features that you define as sexually attractive, that doesn't mean anything, because you still shouldn't try to violate their space or do things to them without their consent. So it shouldn't even matter. The entire conversation around it mattering, I think, is problematic.
Hostility research complete. More credits are required.
Stereotype to have about people who have this kind of body shape. Don't be dumb. Get off this site and learn more. Thank you. Those tweets getting around 150,000 likes cumulatively. Another saying, quote, they're sexualizing Anya, unquote. Look closely. That's a woman. A woman will have breasts and they can be big. If y'all think this is sexualizing a character, y'all are porn addicts and it shows.
See, like, back in the day, whenever this shit was on Facebook, you could pull up somebody's profile and you could see what they look like. And you never have people having opinions like this on Facebook, because you knew you could just look them up. You just look them up and you're like, yep, of course you think like that.
We seek minds to make our own.
Yeah, I mean, just look at, like, that's the thing. Just look at it, you know. It's annoying how many people are that want to dictate how the world is and how it should act. Yeah, I know.
Understood.
We gotta, like, one day whenever they take away internet anonymity, that will be the silver lining.
Clever plan.
Is that you will be able to see the person who's sitting there talking shit. And it's like, I am the firm believer that when I see who's actually talking shit and I look at their profile, I know who this person is. I'm like, of course. Of course you think that.
We have cleansed.
It's funny seeing people throw the whole porn addict thing back at the people who get mad at art like this, because that's something those sort of people, those veil guard people, often use when they're trying to insult art that depicts a well-endowed woman, and or the people who enjoy that sort of art. And for the Bleach fans out there, you're going to enjoy.
And I also love the assumption that, like, looking at attractive characters is, like, somehow bad. Like, why? Who decided this? You did?
This next part, this response had said, check their pin. To which someone said, I was already following them. You didn't have to convince me. And now we're going to check their pin. And we can see that this artist, Raku, has also drawn wonderful art here. Their pinned art of Ichigo and Orihime. I wonder if that person left a vote tweet saying check their pin on the Anya art doesn't realize that this is canon Orihime. It's like not even exaggerating what she looks like in 1000 Year Blood War, which, by the way, has been amazing. Japanese artist USA also partook.
This is the one that we saw.
Drawing Anya. I'm not going to be able to show the full image here because it might be a little bit too much for YouTube, but I'll leave that part up to your imagination, and I'm sure you can understand, like, what that's implying. Regardless, the tweet did get over 100,000 likes and over 18 million views on Twitter. However, of course, this did also upset the Twitter police.
This is, you can never, the thing is that you never apologize to unreasonable people. If you capitulate to unreasonable people, you become unreasonable. Now you're one of them. It's like a zombie biting you and then now you're infected. Never apologize. It's okay to apologize if you think that you did something wrong, but this person did nothing wrong.
To which the artist actually did issue an apology. The full statement reading, I apologize for making everyone feel uncomfortable. I was listening to a live video of this game while I was drawing, and the moment I saw Anya, I thought she was cute, so I drew her. I haven't watched everything thoroughly, so I don't know much about this character. Sorry, everyone.
Who cares?
How can you get over 100,000 likes and say that everyone felt uncomfortable? You're talking about a tiny fraction of Twitter.
It's because I think that this is a reality that a lot of people live in, where they get negative feedback from, you know, like a group of people, and they get massive hate for it because of that. Like, basically, people don't understand how damaging that type of hate is, because it doesn't really happen to anybody except they're, like, content creators. But, like, if you have people messaging you, telling you to, like, kill yourself and, like, you know, threatening you and stuff like that, it does really bother a lot of people.
Harmony research complete.
So, like, it might seem like, oh, it's only a few people. Yeah, but those few people are really bothersome. It's horrible? Yeah.
Very unfortunate situation. Back to bounding into comics, they would say, as a result of the overwhelming amount of vitriol these pieces drew, Wrong Organ, the devs of the game, eventually chose to step in and address the situation themselves.
Thank God.
Doing so by way of a post shared to their official Twitter account on November 24th.
Here we go.
The tweet reads, some mouthwashing fan creators have been receiving harassment over works that others have found distasteful. If you see fan works that you do not like, block/ignore it. Any form of harassment is unacceptable. If you can't be respectful and considerate, this fandom is not the place for you.
That's the case with the internet in general. Like, and at the end of the day, here's the problem. Is that it's a bunch of fucking moral retards going around trying to tell everybody else what to do. Well, I don't want to have some idiot on Twitter tell me what to do.
You missed out.
It's that simple. Like, it's not even there's not even anything else to it. I just don't want to be told what to do by some idiot on Twitter. Like, you don't own me. You're not going to tell me what to do. I don't even know who you are. Like, what are you doing? Never ends well. Yeah, exactly. Can we build a city for these people and put them all there? I wish that. Well, we did. It's called California. But anyway, like, that would be a really good idea. Like, there could be like a way that we could just put them on like an island and then one day just turn off internet from that island, or like make it to where they can only talk to each other and then just let them go.
Production of the item is complete.
And as you can see, these based devs got over 3 million views and almost 30,000 likes on that post on Twitter.
Yeah.
As I mentioned in the intro, I was already familiar with this game as it popped up in my Steam Discovery queue, but
yeah,
I'll probably pick it up for sure. I always enjoy supporting indie devs who make great games, and especially if those devs are also willing to stand up to the Twitter police and defend fan artists in their community. And look how crazy this is. A top response to their tweet would say, some people are already encouraging others to pirate your game over this. That's just insane, man. These people are such losers. And I think it's just ironic how easily they throw their morals away the moment you disagree with all the harassment.
That's the reason why. It's these people they were never good people. They were just looking for a way that they could express themselves as being good people. That's it.
Mining upgrade complete.
We used to have hospitals for people like that. Yeah, we used to have a place for people like this, and now they've all self-quarantined on Twitter.
Every dev/creator will side with the artist's freedom to create, so thank you for this. And yeah, that's essentially the situation. As always, thank you for tuning in, and consider letting me know what you think about all of this in the comments. Also consider checking out the various artists featured in this video, and of course also the game Mouthwashing itself. Oh, and lastly, consider liking and subscribing to the channel if you enjoyed my coverage. Appreciate you. With that all said, I'll see you in the next one. Have a great rest of your day.
I think it's so fucking funny that this shit has happened. Again, every single time now I feel like any new game comes out, there's like somebody that does fan art of it, and people lose their fucking mind. It is the most embarrassing thing that I think the internet goes through on a very regular basis. If it wasn't for a Twitter police, I'd say this is great guerrilla marketing. It is. No, I mean, this convinced me to play the game. Like, I didn't even know about this really until I saw that character's art. That's true. I'm like, yeah, this is a good idea. I'm gonna try it out. Like, people said it's a short game. I'll play it. Right? I'm not playing it today, right? But I'll play it probably in the next like 2 or 3 days and see what it's like. I thought nothing would get worse after Coffin of Andy and Laylee. Well, no, I feel like this one is different because like Coffin of Andy and Laylee is like, it was already like evil, right? And so people didn't really care a whole lot. Every game that goes through this ends up being better for the coverage. Well, I think so too. It's because at the end of the day, nobody wants to have their behavior dictated by some mentally ill Twitter retard. Like, that's just the truth. Nobody wants to, I don't want to have them tell me what to do. I don't want to have them tell me what to think. If you don't like this, stop looking at it. I don't want you, like, I don't want you to police my fucking life. You know, like, it's that simple. Would you goon to Anya to piss these people off? I don't know about that, but like, exactly why I had Trump blocked on Twitter. Yeah, if you don't like somebody, then block them and stop looking at them. It's that simple. If this art triggers people, wait till they find out about porn sites. Oh, I'm sure that they're constantly triggered. Yeah, was this Korean game soon? Oh yeah, I'll play it in just a few minutes. I just figured I'd talk about this for a little bit here. And what's this? Gunnar Proportions, dude needs to go outside. Offended on behalf of a person that isn't real to attack an actual human being. This is why aliens invade us. Mouthwashing is better than brainwashing. Twitter police, aka bullies who haven't gotten slugged yet. Well, I think that the solution to them is to bully them back and to just immediately discredit them and not take them seriously at all. I think that's the way that you need to handle it. Because if you try to, like, explain to these people or whatever, all you're going to do is make yourself look like a fucking idiot because you're talking to somebody who's a fucking idiot, right? Ricky Gervais said something perfectly. There's a difference between something being offensive and someone being offended. If you are offended, don't engage. Well, also, like, if you think something is offensive, then just don't look at it. It's that simple. Just stop looking at it. It's the studios. I feel like the studios are doing whatever is going to work. They are giving the people what they're asking for. And guess what? There's the video right there. This video, I cannot express how good this is because the entire demeanor of this entire thing.
Do not abandon me.
In position. The order is given.
Perfect. So fucking perfect. There it is. Why there's so many flops though? I don't know. This is so good, man. We're watching original shows from Asia. I feel like that's one of the reasons why a lot of people have moved over to watching anime, is because anime seems to have more original stories. But you're starting to see that happen with anime too, where like every anime is, I'm a loner in high school that's been transported to another world, and all of the people in the world are hot girls with big boobs that like me. I feel like we've really had a lot of those.
Hostility research.
There's a lot. Right, those anime, well, it's diminishing return, right? Like, I've watched like 3 of them, and even I'm tired of it. I don't watch a whole lot of anime. Story that never gets old. I guess so, right? But the problem is that people watch it, and they get into it, man. But this is the exact way that I think a lot of people feel about, like, modern media. Or at least, like, people that are more invested. But the problem is that these studios are giving the people what they want. They're not taking risks because they probably did take risks. The risk didn't pay off, and now they're not taking risks anymore. It's that simple. Yeah, they can't appeal to today. Well, it's that people are stupid. I don't want to blame Warner Brothers or Marvel. No, people are stupid. And to be fair, you talk about the Robert Downey Jr. being Dr. Doom. That's the only reason that I knew about the movie. So it's like we can complain and I can say, oh, this is so immersion breaking, it's so bad. But at the end of the day, I'm thinking about the movie. I didn't even know the movie was happening until that happened.
The item is complete.
You see what I'm saying? It'll take. People want a good product. They're not making good products. The problem is that if the people want a good product and they can't see what a good product is, then who are the people? And how do they express what they want? Well, I would say that people express what they want by their purchasing decisions. And if people are making purchasing decisions that are in one direction, well, then you can pretty much expect that people are going to see that that's what their opinion is. Don't ask question, just consume product. Yes, I know. Consumers don't like risks too. They only pay for things they're familiar with instead of taking a chance on original IPs. Yeah, as I said, it's one of the sad things about Concord is that Concord was an original IP. It was just a really shitty one. So I think that again, like, you have Concord not do well, and then you're probably going to expect to see, another Horizon game, right? Shogun was an original IP. People loved it. I'm really glad that you bring that up because you're absolutely right, and that's a great point. Shogun was an original IP, and it was great. Shogun was a remake? Really? It was a book? Lord of the Rings was a book. Fight Club was a book. That's acceptable. I'm okay with that. Yeah,
We seek
Yeah, no,
minds to
that's
make
fine.
our own.
Yeah, it was a TV show in like the 80s, right? Oh, man. I don't know. Film and a book? Maybe one.
We seek minds to make our own.
Okay, fuck. I guess maybe not.
We obey the
Damn.
unity's will.
Damn. American Psycho was a book? Yeah, it was. That's true. Lord of the Rings iterations in the 70s. Oh my god, bro. Like, my teacher made us watch Lord of the Rings, the original animated one. It was so bad. I hated it so much. I remember I was in 5th grade. And I remember, like, he made us watch Lord of the Rings, and then he made us watch another, like, you know, like Air Bud or something like that. And then everybody was like, Air Bud is better than Lord of the Rings.
The unity's command.
Because he was a big fan of it. And he was like so mad. He's like, this is such a great book. Like, this story's going to be so good. They're bringing out a movie next year. This is like, you know, the year 2000. And so like 2001 was going to be Fellowship of the Ring. He's like, yeah, it's going to be so good. And like, he's explaining this to like a bunch of 10-year-olds, right? And they're like, yeah. But so the dog can play basketball? What do you mean can play? Wait, is he better than Michael Jordan? Oh my god!
Confirmed.
And he's just like sitting there at his desk. Oh fuck! Oh man, yeah. Lord of the Rings cartoon was horrible. It was, right? And Shogun was a show in the 70s and 90s. I remember what he would have me do is that whenever I would cause trouble in the class, he would say that I had to go sit in the cubbyhole. And I don't even really know what that means, but it was like a shelf that was hollowed out, and I would sit inside of the shelf, and he'd put a piece of cardboard over the shelf to where I was like just stuck in this little tiny dark box, and I would just have to sit there
Civilian structure
for like an hour. And you know what the best part about it was? It was my favorite part of the day.
Complete.
I was so happy. I was like, can I just sit in there and just fucking zone out? He's like, yep, go ahead. Yeah, shut your ass off. Yeah, I got shelved. I did. Bro, it's like solitary? I know. It was like a reward almost for me. That sounds very not good normally. Totally get you enjoying it. Yeah. And then I remember another thing that he made us do was, and this is all like we're in 5th grade, right? And
civilian structure complete.
He made everybody go
Hostility research
and
complete.
write the grade that they got on their standardized test on the board. He made people go one at a time. And I remember the kid, like, he was the dumbest kid in our class, right? And he went up there, and the worst part is people started laughing before he wrote his number down. Everybody's like, uh-oh. Pretty sure it's illegal? Yeah, I don't give a fuck, right? I don't think he does either. And so he writes like a 53. Everybody is laughing, and he's like, it's basically like he just told a really good joke. And that was the funniest thing about the whole thing, is that everybody knew he was stupid, but nobody really bullied him. It's like, yeah, he doesn't know anything, right? He's an idiot. Yeah, he did in Asia, but it's fucked. Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, like, nobody's even really making fun of him. It was just like, wow, yeah, you're just big dumb, you know? 53 sounds good to me. Yeah. And I'm trying to think some of the other things that he had us do. Oh, that was the class that he would watch us. We would play in the monkey bars, and we had this game where we'd face each other holding on the monkey bars and kick each other in the face until somebody fell off.
Harmony research complete.
Yeah.
Control group created.
So like, yeah, having a dude teacher for 5th grade went so hard. Oh my god. Like, he let us do whatever the fuck we wanted. Yep, chicken fight, yeah. Yeah, I did that. Dunscap, yeah, and he would watch. He'd be like, yeah, good job, guys, have fun.
We seek minds to make our own.
So there have been a lot of leaks of Twitch, and some of the leaks on Twitch have actually been talking about me specifically.
Get right into the news with the first screenshot sent to me. This right here really speaks to the culture of what Twitch is. This is Twitch culture right here. So what we have here is in their internal Slack, we had a person make a post like, hey, that's interesting. Twitch has blocked new users from Israel. What's the first reply from Twitch people? It was from a safety developer. What has anyone from Israel ever done for Twitch? Nice.
Another planet joins the unity. Unleash our wrath.
We seek minds to make our own.
Culture Twitch, nice culture. 2 thumbs up. Oh, someone hearted it. The one who hearted it was Senior Trust and Safety. Base. Wait, can I get the Rogan clip of and this one right here was just a lowly engineer, the lull, as you can expect, because engineers are just... When they told me they'll block account creation in these 2 regions, so here's someone who knows about it, Israel and Palestine. For those of you guys who are like, oh, so it's not anti-Semitic, they blocked Israel and Palestine. The first thing to know is that the PS, Palestine region code, is almost meaningless at this point in time. Gaza, in the West Bank, gets most of its internet, not from there, but from Egypt, from Lebanon, and from Jordan. Those are the 3. So this does nothing. Remember the block they put in? They said it was for email only? What the and it's in place to stop extremist content. Like they think that a terrorist is going to be holding a MacBook in their hand while they do fucking jihad. Like...
Well... As a matter of fact,
they're not going to use a phone or something. Are you fucking high?
To be fair, they're probably not. MacBooks are really expensive. They probably use like a Samsung phone or something. Like, there's no way they're going to use a MacBook.
The item is complete.
Never mind the fact that it was a full
maybe
block.
one of the hostages they took maybe might have a MacBook, so they could use that one. But otherwise, no.
Okay, it wasn't just email signups, it was mobile as well. The only people who could sign up, unironically, which is kind of funny, are those that were in Gaza and Palestine. So it actually only blocked people that lived in Israel. How fucking funny. How fucking based. Based? Anyways, when I told them that they would block account creation in these 2 regions, I told them it was a bad idea. Censorship. But they didn't listen. They didn't listen. Okay? And then they forgot to remove the block after the RIF.
What's
I forget
RIF?
to play some programmer term. 7 face palms there. Now this is again the incompetency at the company. I hope that Twitch as a company is just led by a fucking moron that wants to be liked by OTK, has no management skills whatsoever. That's what I want to believe. We keep doing all
Wait a minute, no, I don't have to worry about that. You know what? You think whatever you want. Look, I've said it before. I like Dan. I've said it many times. So hey, maybe it's working, right?
Your command. The item is complete.
People that everyone likes together instead of actually trying to build a business. Well, anyways, on to this next message here. Twitch doing something without remembering to undo it later? What? Never.
Yeah.
This message brought to you by the video organization who did this all the time. And a bunch of omegalols. So what we have is, it's so funny that this company is so fucking incompetent that they had people like trolling about it. All right, let's go on to the next one.
The internal jokes are about them fucking up. Yeah, that's good.
Commerce upgrade complete.
Oh!
We are ready.
Someone leaked. And then what else did they leak? First off, they leaked that they laughed about the way that the code was put into the... so this is a code that was leaked to stop anti-Semitism. And they say they actually hard-coded it. They're laughing. And then at the bottom, look at this. Look at the culture here. Dropping a JIRA ticket in there seems suspiciously cover your ass. They're like, so the engineer, the poor bastard engineer who had to put this code in place to block all of Israel is like, I'm putting a fucking JIRA ticket in here saying that like the crazy lady in Trust and Safety with the purple hair who hates Jews or whatever, she told me I had to block Israel. That's why I'm doing it. Just to be clear.
It's not me.
Day fucking one, what he was doing was, so apparently they're saying that that's like unusual.
Hey, he's just doing his job. He doesn't want to get bought. Look, he didn't go to school for. He got student loans to pay. Yeah. Okay, sure. You want me to block Israel? Okay, I'll do it.
The Unity calls
To do
I just work here, bro.
Jira is like a ticket management system. So it's like instead of just committing a line of code, he committed code, and then he's like, above that code, there's a line. Please see this link to see why the I did this. Please don't send me to jail. When Amazon finds out that all the grants and Twitch finds out that all the grants they got from the government require that we don't block Israel, and we did it. Oops.
This could be pretty big. This could be really, oh God. Oh no.
Well, the ability to dynamically block signups based on criteria that could have been coded sometime in the last years that Twitch has been blocking things instead of just appending to a single file. So they're basically saying, you know, why do we not have like a proper system to do this instead of writing a hardline piece of code in there? It's the first time Twitch has ever blocked a country. Let's just give them a pass. It's real nice, by the way, that the country that they ban is Israel, the one that right now everyone in the world seems to hate, the far right, the far left. Everything. Have we banned Ukraine? Have we banned Russia? I think there's a lot of...
I think that we did ban Russia, to be fair. Did we ban Russia? My understanding is that we did. Am I wrong about that or not? No? So, they banned Israel and not Russia? I don't know.
Their own videos and streaming going on there. Might be good to ban those countries from signing up too. Why only Israel? That's weird. I got every single scandal that Twitch has. Every single one. You know the funny part also? You're like, oh man, Twitch right now is probably looking for the one Jewish employee that's worked there in the last 20 years. This guy that leaked it to me, he's actually not Jewish. He's like a Palestinian activist. And he's like, I just fucking hate Dan Clancy. He is so fucking cringe. He just wants to be liked by everyone else. He shit at his job. The saddest thing, allegedly, don't know if this is true, but he said, during COVID, when everyone was fucking locked up and he came in there, he was trying to look cool on a Zoom call, lifting weights in front of everyone else when people were fucking dying in front of them. Based? Dan Clancy is more obsessed with being liked by OTK than...
I gotta stop. Right back. I need to use the bathroom. This is too good. Oh god, this is too good. Did I get shadow? A lot of people are saying I'm shadow banned. I actually just, you know, while I'm taking a piss, I'll like look at my phone, and I've a lot of people have been sending me screenshots of me being shadow banned. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what to say. You are because regular? I guess so. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, ooh.
Building a product that people give a shit about. I'm gonna caution this. Just because you're Arabic or have an Arabic name does not mean anything. It means fucking nothing, okay? But I'm conspiracy pilled because every time I look up anything on the site, ever, it's always, like if I flip a coin 1,000 times and it's like anti-Semitism on one side or incompetence or I don't understand on the other, every single time, it's been anti-Semitism. Every single time. So anyways, this is an Arabic guy that was in customer trust. Okay, trust and safety team. I don't agree with people calling this anti-Semitism. Sign-ups from Palestine were also blocked. Yeah, right. Except for the fact that nobody fucking uses that shit. This person could be the world's biggest Jewish activist. I have no idea. I'm just putting that there for context. I'm sure people will love to clip this and be like, oh, he said Arab, he's racist. I just put it there, and I prefaced it pretty clearly with my feelings on the situation. This is the Asmongold was banned after.
Well, well, well. Oh boy.
After racist rant about Palestinians. This guy, this is nothing. Shout out to Kotaku for not putting the word racist in quotes like some other sources. And then this guy here, you mean like some other journalists? Now, I'm taking a leap here by doing the triple parentheses, but this is the same person that said this line right here. This is the safety developer. The same person who said, what has Israel ever done for Twitch? That's the same person who said that. So you could say, Dan, you're breaching. That's definitely not triple quotes. It sure fucking reads to me like anti-Jewish. Maybe I'm wrong. God, we got more shit. I thought we were done. This is an interesting one. Right now, the current...
It's crazy. It's crazy. They're talking about me, thinking about me. It's honestly like racist, Skull. As I said, bro, somebody in Nick's stream called me Genocide Andy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I thought it was funny.
Commerce upgrade
Trust and safety policy manager or manager of something.
Love you.
I forget.
Yeah, they love
basically
me.
one of the highest paid people at Twitch. This person's last job They stepped down after an investigation in front of Parliament, in front of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. It was on TV. You guys probably saw this story. They stepped down because they were being investigated for anti-Israel sentiment or activities or whatever you want to call it. So,
senior manager and Twitch safety and trust team has been suspended from prior job for anti-Israel sentiment.
We are entertaining offers.
That's interesting.
Civilian
wow.
structure complete. We shall do as you command.
This is a trust and safety manager here. This is a good one here. This person is basically defending this person. I've had a chance to talk with this person. I think she has great policy ideas and practices. I don't really like the idea of the pitchforks over things that are murky, blah, blah, blah. By the way, do you know who this guy is that I found out? This guy in red. I'm not going to identify him by name. And again, if anything happens to that Slack, I will identify people. Now, I want to preface this.
Our fleet is trapped after arriving.
So he's saying, basically,
Planet item ready.
if you try to delete the evidence, I'm going to show everybody's name.
That an enemy has finished a powerful
Oh
warship.
my god.
Logistics upgrade complete.
Revenge awaits.
Very clearly, I hope. I actually do. You know what? Never unban Steve from Twitch. I'm not joking. Never unban him. It's better on YouTube. I don't really like
Destiny.
Like Twitch. I don't want to support that anti-Semitic platform. I don't want to do it. Don't unban Destiny. Now that I've had that said, you know who this guy is? In Destiny's ticket, in his file, there's a thing in there that says, do not even touch Destiny's account or even think about unbanning him until you talk to me. That's who this.
What the hell's going on over there?
Another planet joins the Unity.
That's fucking crazy. This is nuts. Like, this is $1 billion company.
The item is complete. Our will is transcendent.
Revenge awaits.
Devin confirmed there's someone keeping
obey
Destiny
the
banned.
Unity's will. We shall do as you command.
This is like an anime plot. Like,
Your
so
influence
ridiculous.
is undeniable. Your
fuck?
influence is undeniable.
This guy is right here. This is the guy. The guy. And he's like, what's the problem with hiring someone to step down in front of Parliament for hating Israel? I think they're totally base. This is the person in the file. Do not unban or touch this without first reaching out to me. This next segment I just like to call Twitch f***ing hates Asmongold. This is unironic.
Powering phase engines.
I've been waiting on this for 2 weeks.
We seek minds to make our own.
This is the good part.
We
It's the part
obey
about
the
me.
Unity's will.
Here we go.
Ironically, a very small segment of the stuff that was sent to me. He's a Dr. Disrespect apologist. That's weird.
What?
That's a weird thing. Did more people at Twitch know about Dr. Disrespect? Did they know what happened? Why are you calling him a Dr. Disrespect apologist? That's weird. I thought nobody knew. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Did Dan Clancy know? That's weird.
Of course they knew. 100% they knew. It's not even a question. I don't even think that's bad. It's just they didn't say it because of the legal proceeding. Yeah, of course. Yeah, duh. So yeah, I'm a doctor. This is crazy. An apologist for Dr. Disrespect.
Phase engines.
Do you want to know why people said this? It's because I didn't immediately crucify him after one person came out and they said that it happened.
An auction is underway.
People did get mad at me because I tried to look, and this is, hey, it's never a good thing to look at the facts. Okay? What happened to him? Just some stupid fucking shit. I don't want to get into it, right? And the funny thing about it is that after all of it was said and done, and I reacted to it, I brought up points that nobody even remembered. Like, remember the thing that I said about, like, you know, a serial bad decision maker? like with that trans sex worker, and then like also cheating on his wife, like the stupid fucking mistakes. Like, what do you mean? Like this is the only one that I'm mad about. Like, if they want to call me the Lich King of the incels, it's like, yeah, okay. But like a Dr. Disrespect apologist? What, because I didn't just burn the witch? Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you? Come on.
Have been unveiled by our scryers.
B? All right, let's go on the next one. Thanks, Dan. Not me. Not this Dan. That's Dan KKK Clancy. Okay. Thanks, Dan. I hope you do some wacky onstage gymnastics with Asmongold next. So this is more to like how the CEO and how low some of the people, even the people that align with him.
Oh, so basically alignment with me is seen as a pejorative. It's like, oh yeah, with Asmongold. Oh, that's good. They Clancy, that's so fucking funny. Yeah, we're so back.
On politics, still think he's a fucking loser. I wouldn't recommend consuming Asmongold content, upvoted by 7.
We are entertaining offers. We await your command. Exotics have been unveiled.
That was
by
me,
our
was it?
scholars.
Oh, okay.
Our fleet is
Thanks,
trapped
Tiff.
after arriving at a phase jump inhibitor.
This rent-free?
You are the winning bidder. We have cleansed the planet of heathens. Another planet joins the unity.
So you guys set up Shadowban, huh?
obey the unity's
That's
will.
crazy. I wonder what happened. Yeah, I wonder what this is. There's the incel thing. Yeah, I don't know. Search for your name? I'll search for it right now.
We are ready. A colonizable planet has been discovered. Our fleet is trapped after arriving at a phase jump inhibitor. Exotics have been unveiled by our scryers. Revenge awaits. Mining upgrade complete. Our will is transcendent. We obey the unity's will. Planet item ready. The unity commands your destruction.
Do it on incognito? Okay, sure. I'll do it on incognito. Okay.
Flames. The unity commands your
And,
destruction.
well, as a surprise to literally no one, I'm not on the recommended tab.
Has finished a powerful warship. Production of the item
I'm
is
nowhere
complete.
on the recommended tab. So if you refresh, I'm not.
You may speak. We are severely crippled. We're going down.
That's crazy.
Our shields no longer
Look at
protect
that.
us. Our will
Oh yeah, around here, yo. Yo, what's up, Max?
How interesting. So let's go ahead. We're gonna search for me. This is on incognito with no
We
cookies.
obey the unity's will. The unity calls us to action.
Civilian structure complete.
We obey the unity's will. Revenge awaits. We shall do as you command.
Uh-huh.
unity
I'm
calls
sure
us to
it's all just a
action.
big misunderstanding.
Civilian structure complete.
It's a big misunderstanding, and
We
it's like
obey
a
the unity's will.
you know, like
is underway.
it's a
We shall
it's
do
like
as
a
you
weird
command.
Production of the
like it's like a
item is
weird
complete.
accounting thing,
obey
right?
the unity's
Where
will.
there's a glitch in the system, and you know, I'm sure that's just what happens, right?
Obey the unity's will.
Yeah, there's a
We
glitch.
shall do as you command.
Civilian structure
There's no
complete.
way that's what.
We obey the unity's will.
Okay, so this is more stuff about me. This is from Twitch employees. Here we
The
go.
planet of heathens.
Or sorry, emoted by 7 people, liked by more.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate the following recommendation. TIL is the first
The
when I
unity senses
search
that
for the
an enemy
incel
has
emote.
finished a
If any-
powerful warship.
Powering jump drive.
By the way, I want to address the incel
We
comments.
seek minds to make our own.
I am probably the least incel person on the entire platform.
Production of
I
the
have
item
dated
is
and
complete.
promoted multiple girls that do OnlyFans. I have no issue with women being sexually suggestive in any capacity. I think that they should be able to wear whatever they want to wear.
Words and your coin.
I've been
Your
more
arguments are
outspoken about
compelling.
this
I shall
than
stand with
almost
you.
anybody.
What troubles you?
And somehow I'm the incel. How the fuck am I an incel? Because I call the girl fat? Like, that's not fair. That's not it. Yeah, what do you mean? Your hygiene habits?
We are entertaining.
Well, yeah, but that's not, it's an it's a buzzword. I feel like I'm not an incel. And like, I've been one of the only people, I feel like, who's defended, sometimes there have been girls that have gotten tons of hate. And I've defended them. I got a lot of shit for it, too. I don't know what to say. You look like one? Yeah. Yeah, but if I profile people, then it's wrong.
Anyone who's curious why, go to his subreddit and look at the type of vomit that they put onto the internet. Yep, I don't even care if Asmon isn't a...
I shall stand with you.
The subreddit,
Your
like, you
arguments
guys,
are
like,
compelling.
we
I
are
shall
gonna have to
stand with
dial
you.
back. Like, sometimes, like, some of the stuff, like, you guys say, like, y'all need to stop talking about, like, some of that shit. Like, you guys, like, some of the comments that you guys, we're gonna have to delete some of these comments. Like, they're so bad. Y'all need to dial this shit back. Like, you're gonna get me in trouble.
Garbage person. Because the majority of his audience appears to be. So they're basically like, they hate Asmongold even if he has done nothing wrong. And again, he...
There it is. What happened to freedom of speech? Well, I'm on Reddit, right? And so, like, if if Reddit tells me to jump, I say how high. If Twitch tells me to jump, I say how high. I follow the rules. And if I don't follow the rules and I get in trouble for it, I say, okay. I take the punishment. I say, all right.
An auction.
It's accountability. That's how a normal person acts. Just how it is. I died for your sins. I did think about wearing my hair down long and then doing the Jesus. I was strongly considering that. And the reason why I didn't do it is because honestly, I just wasn't having a good hair day. I don't have good hair days anymore. I used to have good hair days, but like in my 20s, I had good hair days. I'm 34 now.
We shall do as you command.
did something wrong. But that said, they hate him even if he didn't do anything wrong.
No, of course.
Just because they want to hate his fans or what he stands for, or because he's not sucking Hassan's. As soon as I even
here's the thing too, is like I feel like I'm very like open with like listening to other people's opinions, and I don't ban people unless they're mean to me or they break the terms of service. Those are basically the two reasons why people get banned. And so yeah, or I don't like what they're saying for whatever reason, and or they're spamming. Yeah, true. And so I actually like I let people say pretty much what they want to say. I do, because I think that this is my opinion. I think that bad opinions burn out. And what I mean by that is that like a bad extremist opinion will be like super popular for a while, and then it will radicalize itself to the point of like insanity, and then people will be like, wait a minute, you're fucking stupid, stop this. So like I believe in the free marketplace of ideas. I let people put out stupid ideas, and then over time people are like, oh, this is dumb, let's move past this. It gets filtered. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I see it. Because Nazis went away? Well, they kind of did, right? It was like we fought the war, they're done. Like, yeah, there's still some Nazis, but most people that say Nazi on the internet, what does being a Nazi mean nowadays? It means not liking illegal immigration. I'm sorry, but Nazi just means you're not seeing their point of view. It doesn't, like, you realize the Nazis used like Jewish people for like medical experiments and like killed them all systematically, right? Like not even Holocaust, right? They used them for like medical experimentation. Like to compare some guy that's like some redneck who thinks that like he doesn't want like illegals coming into the country to a Nazi, what an insult to Nazis. What an insult to the people that fought against them. Oh my God, it's terrible. I really think that the problem too is that there are legitimate people that are Nazis now, and they just get, you know, it's a Nazi. Everybody says that. It's like the boy who cried wolf. It's a huge issue.
The item is complete.
No bid. You missed out.
My phrasing, yes. You have to remember, a lot of people don't believe that's real. Well, no, that's a separate group of idiots. So I just think that it's very problematic that so many people like using these, like, they like using language. Like, I have a problem with, like, the words like slavery, Nazi. I feel like those are the two main ones that I could say, like, come off, like, right off the top of my head. Like, those two words, I think, are overused in a way that is extremely harmful, because I think it delegitimizes and it waters down the genuine effect of what it is. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's a really big problem. Woke is overused. I think woke and DEI is overused too. You're right about that. But like, woke and DEI don't have like a really bad historical context, and so like that's not really as big of an issue.
We await the Unity's command.
I feel like the banhammer's getting closer and closer, reacting content. Oh, sure, right? You misspoke. It's gonna get clipped. I don't think I misspoke. I was about the insult to Nazis. Well, yeah, they're way worse. Fucking obviously, yes.
The item is complete.
They're way fucking worse. All I'm saying is that don't water these words down. I think this is a very fair thing to say.
Get a whiff of Gamergate these days, I just tune out. Not even remotely worth my time, or even worth considering it. There's like, I have a lot more. The Slack only has retention for 90 days, but we've been, this guy had been saving it for a while. So we have more stuff going back, but I still have to filter through more of the stuff. I just wanted to push something out quickly.
So there's more? Thank God. That's going to be another video. Oh, thank God. Alrighty. This is the gift that keeps on giving. This is insane.
I got the feeling, I got the itch that Twitch was thinking of putting out a new statement. Here's something I do want to put across to people. I am recommending that if you see ads playing anywhere on Twitch, until Dan Clancy steps down, and this is his responsibility, I highly recommend that you let these companies know who they're supporting with this type of shit. It's easy to do. Like, if you see an ad for A&W root beer, go to LinkedIn, type in A&W marketing, and you'll find the guy in charge of marketing. And then you just go to anymailfinder.com, type in A&W.com and the guy's name, and you drop him an email. And you send him a video of the ad playing in front of whatever fucking insane content happens to be going on at the time. Or you just say, hey, I want to let you know that your ad is on this site that currently banned Jews for a year. And the ban would still be in fucking place today, by the way. Don't forget that. Don't forget the fact that Twitch didn't remove this ban out of the graciousness of their heart. They removed the ban because enough people finally told them. For the entire year, you had people in Israel constantly emailing them, doing user voice tickets, tweeting at them, threads in our Reddit, and you know what happened to all of that? Deleted, ignored, sent to trash ban, generic response. That's what happened for all of that. They knew, and if they didn't know, they're incompetent. For a year, it would still be in place. And you know what's even more f***ed up? I know for a fact that if I didn't bitch and moan and do all this bullshit, and Ethan didn't speak up, and other people didn't speak up, and the congressmen haven't spoken up, that just one day, and maybe 6 months from now, maybe a year from now, the ban would just silently be removed. No one would know, except for a few Twitch engineers. Well, we know now.
Well, there it is. So they're talking about me.
If you see an
it's crazy how
Powering phase engines.
I mean, were they talking about other people too? Sorry. I do this fucking thing where I breathe the thing that I'm drinking. Really bad. Really bad. Shouldn't do that. Anyway, yes.
Phase jump underway.
I wonder. So, are they talking about? Are they talking about other streamers like this all the time? Is it just me? Am I the fucking Voldemort here? What the hell? They're talking about this, about me, constantly. It's insane. I really like. I'm in shock. I'm in shock. There's this much like open conversation about me. I think that a lot of this is calling into question the way that Twitch does suspensions and how people are treated by Twitch. And I think it's going to happen more. Exasperated when you look down, you swallow, less likely to happen. I think I'm just an idiot. I think that's what it is. They hate so much. It's insane. I guess so. Jesus Christ. Search XQC in the search tab. He's also shadowbound. Jesus Christ. I don't know what the hell that is. Anyway, well, what's going on in here? Oh, there he is. There's the guy. Oh, shit. Hey, are there any more clips about me? They talking about me anymore? That's why I want to know. You find any more clips talking about me? Hey, he's the guy from the video. Oh my God, you're obsessed, bro? I absolutely am.
Entertaining offers.
100%.
We offer
Jesus
the
Christ.
absolution of
100% I am. Absolutely. But yeah, good video, man. I hate to say it, but I could have expected this. Yeah, could have expected this. Absolutely. There's a video right there. That's the link. Make sure to give it a like, give him a sub. That's fucking crazy. Do I think I was unfairly suspended? Nope, I was fairly suspended. I deserved it. I shouldn't have said what I said. It was a mistake. The problem is not that I got suspended, it's the other people did not. That's the way I see it. That's where I'm at. I have no problem taking accountability for my own mistakes. I just wish other people would do the same thing. You're a pussy? No, I'm not. I'm not. Taking accountability is the last thing that a pussy does. Pussies like to cry and blame other shit. Oh, it's somebody made me mad. Shut up, you pussy ass bitch. You are in control. I look at every single thing in my life as I have caused every single thing in my life to occur. And the reason for that is because sometimes I'm wrong, usually I'm not, and it gives you the level of control. It is a position of agency. It is a position of control. What did I do to put myself in this position? I don't think about the world being against me. The world's against everybody. I think about what can I do to change my outcomes and how to take accountability for myself. That's it. I don't care about like, you know, oh, somebody else did this. Oh, no, shut the fuck up. I cannot wait to see what happens at the end of this. I'm very excited to see what happens.
You will find enlightenment in death.
And the community note says, this whole statement is a lie. Okay, so that's not good. So pretty much Twitch has been completely like, there's been tons of advertisers leaving Twitch. There's been people that are really upset about Twitch. People found out that Twitch was blocking IP addresses and not allowing people to make accounts that were in Israel. And this happened, so basically Twitch account signups, people were not able to make accounts in Israel. And this started on October 7th, which is whenever there was like a terrorist attack in Israel and there were a bunch of innocent people that got killed. And so in Israel, right, like those people were in Israel that were killed. Very, very bad time, right? Like, can we get an L in the chat for terrorists? Anyway, so this happened, and it was only discovered recently, and basically Twitch support came out and they talked about it. So here we go. So Twitch came out with this statement, wanted to address this. When signing up for a Twitch account, you can select an account verification method, email or phone for added protection. Following the October 7th, 2023 attacks, we temporarily disabled signups with email verification in Israel and Palestine. We did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack and to protect the safety of users. Signups were not disabled, and we continue to see signups. We deeply regret this unacceptable mess and the confusion that it has caused. And so here we go. It got community noted, and the community note says this whole statement is a lie. Okay, so that's Not
If
good.
it is the Unity's will, surely we can beat
Not good. That's immediately, like, right off the bat, things are not going well. And so, yeah, they should have had, like, my apology video was way better than this. They should have had me take care of this, okay? Like, I don't know what the fuck Twitch was. I was banned at this point. I mean, I didn't have anything else to do. They could have just had me do this. Would have been way, way better. Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yes, you're probably, exactly, yeah, morons. Anyway, so both email and phone number signups were disabled. While this was happening, the most popular political streamer on their platform was cheering on...
They are not the fragile foes we imagined.
He's getting them into so much trouble, man. Oh god, he's getting them into so much fucking trouble. It's bad. Yeah, it's Hassan. Yeah, of course, right? And anyway, so what's happening? Most popular streamer spreading terrorist propaganda and rape apologetics on stream. So we'll go ahead and we'll watch this one here. And about the mobile signups are still working, sure fucking seem like it doesn't. So we'll go ahead and we'll watch this video real quick and we'll see if it was actually disabled or not.
Next time, place a bid.
And so he's going to try and make an account. And then you can see the Israel down there. Zion Love. Username unavailable. Password is
We obey the
you know what?
Unity's will. Powering phase
I'll make those
engines.
jokes. I want to at least get like 3 or 4 days out of the way before I get suspended again. Yeah, we're gonna.
Fear has not clouded your
Yeah,
judgment.
I'm gonna get at least like 3 or 4 days, and then I'll make another one of those.
The enemy has destroyed our shields.
That's it.
Have we prepared
To make
enough?
jokes? No.
We are in grave
We're gonna
danger
do
within
plenty
our
of them.
army.
Don't worry about it. 1987. Oh, he's old. He's old as hell. That's older than me.
We
Uh-oh.
obey the Unity's will.
No code ever arrives. Wow. So you put it in and it just doesn't send you the code. So it's not like you're blocked, you just don't get a code. Please don't make we need you for the election? Oh, sure. Last month's kick streams are gonna go hard. Your apology was fake as you? Oh, because like I'm making jokes? No, I think making jokes about stuff is totally fine. I don't have a problem with making jokes about things. Anybody who thought that based off of that video, I'm going to come back and love Sweet Baby Inc. and play Dustborn and talk about how much I, how much I like being woke. Like, that obviously was never going to happen. Like, if you thought that, you're an idiot. Like, and I think anybody who actually watched my stream knew exactly what I was talking about. How many of you guys watched that video and knew exactly the kind of shit that I was talking about whenever I was saying, like, we're not going to do this anymore? Everybody fucking knew what I was talking about. Just the unnecessary hostility, negativity, like shit. Like, my dad would fucking be like, yeah, you're really being an asshole. And I'm like, nah, you don't know shit, Dad. And then, yeah.
Item ready.
We seek
So,
minds to make our
there it
own.
is. We knew, yeah, everybody knew.
Civilian structure complete.
Anyway, we'll look at this here.
Item complete.
Said they
New
use IP.
modules
Could they use
installed.
VPN to circumvent? Yeah.
Civilian
Not good evidence. We
structure
need more
complete.
users and data to see if it was a regionally targeted outrage or outage. It's very hard to say. But anyway, so this had happened. Let's say Aegea, most likely not even worth their attention. No, it's not that big of a deal. And guys, I know that the Concord, I understand the Concord Development Studio waited until I came back on stream in order to announce they were shutting down. I want to say I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. It's going to be great content, but we're not going to get to it yet. We got a lot to catch up on. We'll get to that later, okay? But yes, it does seem to be true. So basically, Twitch has been getting a lot of criticisms and a lot of basically frustration from users that are pretty much saying that Twitch is promoting anti-Semitism on the platform. Is Twitch promoting anti-Semitism on the platform? I think that
We shall do as you command.
I've thought about this for a long time.
Engines.
Trying to be like intellectually honest about it. I don't even know if it's necessarily anti-Semitism, but it's a degree of like political extremism that is unhealthy and dangerous because it's glorifying and promoting violence. So like I like whether it's like anti-Semitism or not, like this is it's very like I don't want to use that word because that word has a lot of baggage to it. But I think that it's been very clear that Twitch does have a they do have a political bias. It's been they tolerate it. They do have a political bias, and I think that the people that are running the website are exercising that bias. That's been happening. They're playing favorites. They are. And Twitch only curates what's being broadcast. It's a fine line between criticism and anti-Semitism. I don't know about that. I think that it's not really that complicated. Yeah, it's really not that complicated. To me, at least. That's up the company is in charge of it. I think that there's a lot of things going on. So basically, it's anti-Semitism. Not necessarily. I mean, like it's more complicated than that. Or if you're going to say it promotes anti-Semitism, you're also implying that there's anything that's anti-Israel is anti-Semitic. Well, but I didn't say that. That's why I didn't say that. I explicitly said, like, obviously criticizing Israel isn't anti-Semitic. That's fucking stupid. Nobody thinks that. Well, that's not true. There's plenty of people that think that. They're stupid. No, I did not say that. First gotcha. No, it's okay. I think that this person is like, yeah, I'm not saying that. Speedrunning getting banned again? Of course, right? But anyway, about people wishing PTSD on veterans and soldiers. Well, Frogan was an asshole for doing that, and she's banned. Like, I think that's a W for Twitch. Yeah, good. Yeah, she shouldn't have said that. She said it. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's extremely fucking fair. Should get banned for that, though? Well, I think it's probably a bunch of different things. That's after the ADL got involved? Well, of course, right? Because, like, a lot of people don't, like, nobody wants to be labeled like an anti-Semitic website. Nobody wants to be labeled like a Nazi website, or it's like, you know, like pro-killing Jews, right? Because, like, the whole, like, Hitler World War II thing, right? Very, very bad thing. And anyway, so because of that, Twitch is now, I've heard about this, Twitch has been losing a tremendous amount of advertisers because they came out with this apology explaining everything, and the apology didn't really go very well. People didn't like it a lot. And I'll watch this here. This is again, stop anti-Semitism. So it's not really something I entirely agree with, but we'll watch a few of these and just kind of look through with everything. You see Frogan tweeting about you and Aiden Ross saying he called the ADL on Frogan. No, I have no idea whether that happened. I have no clue. Like what Aiden Ross and Frogan are. What's weird? So this is what's really fucking weird, is that I've met Frogan in real life. She has been nothing but pleasant and nice to me. And it's this weird thing that happens on the internet where people get on the internet and they turn into absolute psychos. It's like, you don't act like this in real life. Stop it. Like, just stop it. Just fucking, just stop. It's so weird. Yes. Snakes? No, it's not really about being a snake or anything like that. I think that people, this is what I think happens. And I'm being totally honest here. I think people spend a lot of time in their own room, in their own head, by themselves. They radicalize themselves, and then they become the worst version of themselves. I've done that. I think that a lot of other people have done that. I think that she does that to herself. I think that a lot of people do. That it's actually that simple. I think it happens all the time on Twitter. Like, constantly it fucking happens. Yes, it makes sense. Yeah, of course. So, like, I don't think it's that simple. He's trying to adapt.
The item is complete.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You may speak. The Unities will be done.
Have we prepared enough?
That is really crazy. Oh my god.
The enemy has destroyed our shields.
Another fucking lawsuit. People let out the crazy when they're by yourself? Yeah, of course, right?
Phase engines.
Let's see here.
We are in grave danger.
Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
Twitch, a platform originally meant for gaming and creativity, is now a breeding ground for hate against America, Jews, and the very values that define the West.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
Meet Hassan.
He did get that one, to be fair, right?
Piker. He's one of Twitch's biggest stars.
Uh-oh.
Hassan consistently spreads dangerous extremist rhetoric.
I feel so bad for Nick.
Vengeance is at hand.
He didn't even know that this was gonna happen, and like then he's getting put up on like BBC and everything, and it's like, yeah, look at this clip of this guy. Yeah, he put himself in that situation. I don't know. I mean, you think Nick? Like, I don't think he expected that to happen.
We obey the unity.
Spreading anti-American propaganda and targeting Jews and Israel.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. Do we like them or no?
We shall do as you command.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
Since the October 7th attacks on Israel, Hassan has
Can I watch this? Okay, it's fine.
repeatedly justified the violence and denied reports of sexual violence against Israelis.
What rapes did Hezbollah do? Bro, what rapes did fucking Hamas do? What are you talking about?
Hamas has committed horrific acts of sexual violence.
Women, girls, men, and boys slaughtered after enduring sexual violence.
Women were horribly raped.
The music,
My
man.
analysis, even if there was multiple rapes that took place on October 7th, this does not change anything for me.
Hassan has also platformed a known Houthi terrorist and streamed terrorist propaganda on his channel.
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure.
Desecrators assault our world.
Oh my god. This shit was wild. It was.
I talked to a teenager from Yemen, okay? For most of his life, he has withstood genocide. It's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically, okay? Being able to talk to Anne Frank.
I was
The
there
radical
for that.
hate on Twitch is not exclusive to Hassan. Creators feel emboldened by the platform to openly spew anti-Semitic and anti-West rhetoric.
Raph and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake, and we'll make an airplane, and we'll recreate 9/11.
Allah grant.
If it is the unity's will,
I
surely
won't
we
make a
can beat
comment
them.
on that.
Yahya Sinwar, the highest ranking Shaman, inshallah. That was the most inspiring story that I've heard, I think, in my whole life.
Right, we need to figure out a way to take our country back from these Jewish supremacists. I can say.
Twitch CEO Dan Clancy not only allows for anti-Semitism to run rampant on his platform, but he promotes creators like Hassan.
Hassan is on the homepage of that website every time I go there. Nobody, there is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch.
To see like just the so blatant, outward, insane, crazy anti-Semitic shit is just so wild.
With the minds of a whole generation at jeopardy of being tainted with hatred, Dan Clancy needs to be held responsible. It's time to boycott Twitch and demand Dan Clancy's resignation.
So, this happened,
This is
and it
justice.
gets better. Yep, and that, by the way, guys,
Submit to the unity or be eradicated.
let's take a look at this. Dan Stream tells Turkdom 70% of the viewer base. Let's see if we can watch this here. I want to go ahead and pull it up. Here we go. It's hard to know whether this is true, but this is what's being discussed.
Result is going to be then. Has anything happened? Have any advertisers pulled out?
They've lost 70% of their advertisers already.
Twitch has lost 70% of their advertisers?
Yes.
Where can I see that?
You can't.
What do you mean?
Hard to say whether it's true or not.
That's basically it. Like I mean, because I don't know how this has happened. 5 days ago, I was a fucking retard that plays Rust all day. Okay, you understand? That's all I did. I played Rust all day, and I.
Is this been reported on by anywhere? You just have some inside knowledge, I guess. Is what you're saying.
Yeah. People from Amazon, people from Twitch are contacting me, and they're telling me what's going on every day.
Why has it not been reported?
I think that there is a very good probability and a very high possibility that this is happening to an extent. And I saw like Devin made like a huge tweet about this. I pretty much agree with everything Devin said in like this really, really long tweet. It's very obvious that like advertisers don't want to be part of anything that's like controversial. This is very, very, this is the Bible too, exactly. Advertisers don't want to be part of or like involved with anything that's overly controversial. And we're supposed to believe that guy with no credible sources? Well, I think that it's logical to assume that with a bunch of accusations of anti-Semitism, racism, and like other types of bad behavior, Twitch would probably be talking to advertisers, and advertisers would be made aware of this and upset about it. I think that any reasonable person could infer that this is what's going to happen. So to what degree is this going to happen? Is Twitch going to like, is there anything that's going to like really affect Twitch with this? I don't really know yet. But 70%, I don't believe the 70% number either. To be honest with you, I don't. But I'm saying that people are putting it out there, etc. So yeah, you don't have ads. I don't have ad block. I don't know. I mean, other people said they got ads whenever I started. Advertisers have paused their campaigns. That doesn't mean that they've made a final decision to leave. They'll likely stay after Twitch makes a few changes. Well, that's what Twitch is clearly trying to do. It's logical to assume it's exactly how the rumor people start eating cats are spread. Well, the logical to assume is how the rumor that people are eating cats was spread. No, but that's not logical. The eating cats thing wasn't logical at all. Because if the government, no, that's stupid. Because if the government was giving all of these Haitian migrants a bunch of fucking money, why the fuck would they be eating cats? They go to the store and eat a steak. Because they'd have the money from the government. Like, cats probably don't taste as good as a steak does. It doesn't even make logical sense. Yeah, it's bullshit. There are videos? Yeah, there's videos. We're not even going to go over that again. All the videos were bullshit. They were all bullshit. It was totally fucking fabricated. There are videos, you can look on my YouTube channel. It was from like 3 weeks ago. It has been thoroughly debunked, okay? We don't need to go over it again. Anyway, so going back to this, Twitch is probably going to run into a really bad advertiser situation, especially when now a lot of people know that the way to make action happen is if you complain about advertisers, or if you complain to advertisers. So now you have everybody playing Karen to each other. Everybody's trying to talk to the manager. Everybody's trying to email some vice president that works at, you know, Kellogg's and be like, did you know that your content is being put next to Nazis? And they're like, wait, what? Really? Oh my God. And then they immediately start trying to, you know, like pull all their ads. And so that's what's happening, right? The Cold War's begun. Yeah, exactly. And so, believe what you want. Family's near and they say it's happening. Yeah, there's plenty of stupid people that say plenty of stupid shit, but you're not gonna listen, why am I even talking about the cat thing? It's just, it's so stupid, it's not even worth talking about. Anyway, I think this is what's gonna happen. I think that Twitch, and Twitch obviously, like, you know, banning, you know, Frogan, like Capri Sun, Denims, and all those people like that Twitch panel, etc. It's very clear that, like, Twitch is, you know, like trying to play some degree of damage control. You know? They're trying to play a massive amount of damage control. And it's not a surprise. I would expect to see that too. So, my channel is hidden? No, it's not. Let me see. Yeah, I'm right here. You're pushed down. I'm shadow banned? Am I? You're not searchable in the search bar?
We sensed your presence. Our thoughts are one. Fine, Vengeance.
Man,
Control group
that's
created.
crazy.
We seek minds to make our own.
Now,
We must act.
it could have been, you know, like a weird accounting thing. It's the system, you know, since I just got unbanned or something like that. It's not too big of an issue. My dad's calling me. Say it again. I put you on speaker.
Okay, you never said you're full of shit, Dad. You said you're full of shit, Pa.
Our fleet is trapped after arriving
Yeah.
at a phase jump
Yeah, I did.
inhibitor.
I did.
Let's get that shit straight. You might want to, you know, appear to be semi-normal calling me Dad on your show, but let's clear that up while you're back on the air too.
Okay, great. All right, sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me the fat shuffle.
Yeah, right.
I'll talk to you later.
Yo, bye.
Yo, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of Fury. This
Yeah.
is yes,
Really fucking good.
fooling you on tanks.
Yeah, yeah. All right, yo, bye.
Yo.
Okay. Right. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Anyway, watch for it. Yeah, it was really, really good. Great fucking movie. Anyway, so there's a good chance that because my account was removed, it was removed from the directory. I'm not saying this is a political act of suppression to suppress people that are speaking out against Twitch. I'm not saying that would happen. I'm not saying that. Now, no, I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying I don't know if it, knows whether it's going to happen or not. Who knows? Look at Soda Poppins too. Well, I'm not sure. But anyway, there's not enough information, right? I wouldn't really go off of just that. And so anyway, yes, this has been going on. I do think that to an extent, this is absolutely going to negatively affect Twitch. And there's also this girl. This is another thing. Twitch. So for some reason, Twitch thinks that cartoons are more sexual than real girls. Honestly, I think that's kind of based in a way, like it really is. But at the same time, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, does it?
We have
Can you get a viewer shadow banned? Oh, that's look. People are gonna tune in. They're gonna watch this stream. It is what it is. I'm not really gonna get too serious about that. Watch the VR chat section. Yeah, they've got to dress up like nuns now. They have solid priorities. You guys really want me to go to VR chat? I don't even know. Like, I feel like if I even go to the VR chat section, I could get in trouble. But yeah, the hip thing for VTubers, I don't understand how this is problematic at all. Like the weird contrived rules that they have are like insane. But basically, this guy has been going on the warpath against, you know, do brands love sponsoring Jew-hating content? Oh my god. Man. And I want to say, like, Dan's lost spot. I don't know. It's been very hard for me to say whether it's accurate or not. Let me see what the rest of this is. XQC said he would buy him a car if he can get Dan Clancy banned. I don't want Dan Clancy to get fired. I like Dan. I just think that they need to make sure that they're applying the rules to everybody equally. So the problem isn't that the rules aren't being applied. It's that some people don't get in trouble when other people do. Guys, by the way, this was happening before Dan Clancy was CEO. The problem isn't him. Now, it might be his responsibility because he's the he's the CEO now. Yeah, for sure. But like, this has been going on for years. So like, and I'm just trying to be realistic here. I'm just being realistic. I'm just trying to be fair. That's all. I don't think it's his fault necessarily. I think that it's the way that they do moderation. I think moderation on Twitch, totally fucked. Totally fucked. And I also think that it's completely reactive. Like, I don't think that Twitch bans people based off of like what they're doing. I think that Twitch bans people based off of how many people say what they're doing is wrong. And that is a very, very, very bad way to make decisions. It's reflexive, it's reactionary, and it has no real principle other than trying to... that's why I got suspended, right? That is, a lot of people...
It is them or us.
People writing articles about me, people going ape shit about me, right? And I had like friends of mine, everybody reaching out to me. Well, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, you know what my strategy is? I'm gonna show you guys what my strategy is for dealing with that. Y'all ready? Where is it? It's gone.
If we
I don't see it.
prevail,
Wait.
we will know our path is just.
What? What are you talking about? No, I'm not. 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 No, stop. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not. Stop. Y'all stressing me out. It's probably just because my hair is like that. No, stop. It's just the way that my hair is combed. That's all. That's all. And anyway, so I just don't look at it. Yeah, I don't look at it. I don't give a fuck. So that's the way that I see it. These people that are protected, you can report them, get an instant message. They did nothing wrong, even if they get banned.
The enemy has destroyed our shields.
Yeah. Know how the apology video made it sound? Well, yeah, of course. Like, whenever I'm talking about the way that people respond to me, you think I give a fuck about what some random person on Twitter says? No. But if it's a friend of mine whose opinion that I respect, then I'm going to listen to them. I had friends of mine reach out to me, people who I trusted. I don't care what somebody on... Oh, there's a viral tweet that says that I need to die. Okay, wow, I guess it must be Tuesday. Who cares? I care about what other people say. I work in Trusty for a lot of stuff. AI is cheaper than human review. Twitch has just been a massive outlier before. They want to do it as cheap as possible. So what you're saying is that Twitch's lack of consistency with moderation is an outcome of them trying to save money and not actually an ideology? I think that in a lot of ways, you're probably right. I think that it's probably both of them. I think that there are ideological and reactionary reasons for why people get banned. And I also think that there's just people trying to save as much money. Destiny got banned for no reason. Yeah, I didn't really see that. I should care about you. People say shit all the time. Didn't want anybody to have a deep reflection because some clowns had their feelings hurt. No, I care a lot about what like friends and like people that I respect think about me. Now, obviously, I'm going to make the decision for myself. But for me, whenever I was talking about like apologizing for stuff, it was like the comments that I made were like 10% of that. I just feel like the streams had gotten a really bad vibe, and I just felt like I had deviated a lot from why I think people found the content fun. And so that was really the main thing, more than anything else. So yeah. I just joined the stream late. Welcome back. Yeah, exactly. Destiny ban was biased, unbanned. I think Destiny should get unbanned too. I don't think Destiny has done anything that deserves him getting permanently banned. Enjoying Soda Pop and Roll. I'm not gonna do OnlyFans. No, I don't have any interest in it. Not fun. Build a Twitch 2.0 to make a new website. We'll build it with blackjack and hookers. But oh wait,
let the bidding commence.
Somebody already did that. But no, I don't know. I don't want to build... Listen, guys. I have been having the time of my fucking life, only waking up to 3 messages that are urgent or crucial a day, rather than 30. I am so relaxed. Like, I was worried that, like, today I would be super nervous. I slept like 9 or 10 hours. I fell asleep at like at midnight last night. Woke up at like 2 or something like that. I had to make a couple of phone calls. I did that. I went back to bed. I went to, you know, a chiropractor appointment this morning. I'm totally fucking relaxed. Everything is totally fine. I'm just so glad to be back streaming again. I'm gonna be honest, I really am. Everything is good. I'm totally good. Everything is fine. So yeah. When will be the next Steak and Eggs podcast? It'll be back on Friday, the same as it always is. So yeah, it's been a good detox. It is. Phone calls at 2 a.m. Hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And that's it. What happened to your back? My back. It was like a ongoing like kind of injury that I just never really kind of took care of. But that was it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Glad to have you back, man. Yeah, I'm glad to be back. I'm really glad to be back. You gonna play Monster Hunter Wilds open beta? Fuck yeah, I am. I'm gonna play it, absolutely. I'll probably play it. I'll probably play it with, I talked to Emmy about playing it with her. Maybe do it with her, maybe hit up Tectone, see who else wants to play. I'll do a lot of it solo at the beginning, but after that, I wanted to do some group hunts and do some of that stuff too. That's what my plan is. So yeah. Asses of Creation, yep, we're gonna play that too, don't worry about it. The Vatican anime mascot. Listen, you guys are getting. It's been a crazy 2 weeks. All right.
We await the Unity's
We got a lot. We got a lot to go through.
What does the Unity will?
Let's just let's not get ahead of ourselves. All right. There's so many things to go through. So yeah. What is this here? You're gonna play Brighter Shores on Wednesday? I don't know if I'm gonna have time for that or not. We'll see what happens though. I don't know. And anyway, so wait for things to be chill for a while. Yeah, until I ruin them again, which of course will happen. But until then, it'll be great. So yeah, anyway, this is pretty much what's been going on. A lot of people have been really upset about Twitch. People have been calling out Twitch favoritism. This is the clip apparently that Destiny got banned for. We'll go ahead and take a look at this.
Your one-on-one voice trans debates lately have gone well. Don't cancel. It's just not worth it. That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's the risk of me like ending up getting like permabanned and my life destroyed because of these like inbred fucking disgusting losers is like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
I'm in danger. I've said way worse stuff than that. That's crazy. Like, I've said way worse than that. Oh man. Yeah, I'm getting banned again. He got banned for this. I think that Destiny, the truth is that it was very obvious that Destiny had a very adversarial, like, there was a lot of animosity in the relationship that he's had with Twitch. He's been one of the earliest Twitch streamers, so it's pretty obvious that Twitch was pretty much just looking for a reason. That was it. Yeah, somebody didn't like him, exactly. And that's it. YouTube streams are going to be fun. Yeah, well, okay, so basically this is what's going to happen. I don't think I'm going to get suspended again. I know. I know, delusional Andy. I don't think I'm going to get suspended again. If I do get suspended again, I will probably stream on other platforms. I'm probably not going to stream on YouTube for a couple of like technical reasons. The way that they do like content ID, I can't listen to like certain types of music and it will like automatically shut down the stream. So I'd probably stream on like maybe Kick and Rumble and like maybe a couple of other like on Twitter or something like that. Probably stream on a couple of different platforms. Like, just so you guys know, I care about how well my stream does. Of course, it's great to have a lot of viewers. It's great. Oh wow, it's a lot of viewers. But what I really care about is YouTube. That's what I really care about. I care about YouTube a lot more. I think YouTube, Twitter, these platforms are a lot more important. So, you know, what happens on Twitter is not really as important. Or sorry, on Twitch is not as important. Where I record the... But I do want to stay. I want to say, too, I want to stay on Twitch. I do not want to get banned off of Twitch. I like Twitch. Even though apparently, based off of the leaks, Twitch doesn't like me. It's okay. There's been a lot of girls in my life that I've had the same experience with. I'm very used to it. That's fine. But I would like to stay on Twitch. So I hope they don't ban me again. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, and I'm not going to try to, I will try to not get banned again.
We are ready.
But man... It's really kind of a crazy thing, the fact that me getting suspended, like, kicked off all of this shit. Fucking nuts. Oh my god. Turn on Twitch ads and Twitch will love you. I am going to get, so I want to say this. I will be getting partnered on this account, and I will be getting subs on this account. I will be doing that very, very, very soon. So, like, and the reason why is because... I think there's a lower probability if they'll ban me if they're making more money off of me. Like, yeah, that's really it. I hope that's I hope, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's worth a shot. We'll see what happens, right? But yeah, you know, we gotta hedge our bets a little bit, okay? So, what's the plan for the Asmongold channel? I actually really strongly considered going live on my main channel, and the reason why I didn't is because I'm a massive pussy bitch, and I still have some mental block about it. That's the reason.
A terrible risk.
Yeah, really not very exciting, is it? But that's pretty much about it. Yeah, just that. I'm sorry. Okay, I can do a lot of things, but that's not something I can do yet. But we'll see what happens. Okay. I forgot. Yeah, no, yeah, guys, I forgot the log. I forgot the password, man. Like, yeah, you can't get the password off of it. And yeah, what does it represent? I was gonna tweet out, like, I have the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now, and then link my main channel whenever this one was banned. But you know, I didn't want to pull a Bruce. Okay. So, yeah, didn't do that. 2 weeks of research to be more accurate when insulting groups of people. I want you to know that you're completely right.
Have we prepared enough?
Exactly. There you go. Yep. It's that simple.
Is the hour at hand?
Every other adult has to censor their speech and their expression because children could be present. These are adult spaces that children are inserting themselves into, and at a certain point, the parent should be responsible for what the kid does. I don't like this idea that I want to censor and neuter the entire internet because some parents are unable to take responsibility for their kids. I find this to be outrageous, and I'm not going to censor myself on a public platform because some people don't want to take care of their kids. This is outrageous. Like, this is like, it's so, it's like what they're saying is like, we want to have, we want our cake and we want to eat it too. We want to not supervise our children, and we also want you to censor yourself and not be able to talk about or interact with certain things because those things, we don't want our kids to see it. So it's like, it's not enough that they can do whatever they want, but they have to make you do what they won't do themselves. It's so absolutely narcissistic, it's insane and entitled. So absolutely not.
Overall well-being of society affect you, bigot. Most of the internet seem to agree that
I think the overall well-being of society is not necessarily affected by kids going on these social media websites and seeing this content, but I do think the overall well-being of society is affected by these kids going on social media websites. I think that social media is a negative force for children. It doesn't matter if they're seeing porn or not.
Revenge awaits.
Like, that's just straight up. Like, I think it's bad anyway.
We are listening.
Thing was wrong, but there were a lot of people mad at me and others for pointing out the obvious. So we're going to respond to some of those critiques from people who disagree on this subject, and then we're going to talk a little more deeply about all of this, because I feel like it's a little deeper than Twitch thoughts. The Twitch thoughts are just a symptom of a disease.
They are.
Why doesn't Twitch just make a new 18+ site? They do this on Twitch because the market is already saturated on actual porn cam sites. They won't stand out. They can find a larger, younger audience on Twitch. What I'm trying to say is, these should be banned. Okay, so my tweet was a little harsh, but...
Okay, so, well, I'll wait for her to respond to some of the criticism, but I think that, again, like, if you're a McDonald's, you don't want to advertise McDonald's by giving out free hamburgers. These girls do softcore porn, and they do non-nude sexual content, so they can get people to buy OnlyFans for the sexual content. If they do the sexual content on the platform, it removes the need for people to pay them for it. So they're using it like it functions as a gateway into it.
Am I wrong? Blaming these women for what Twitch allows and calling them accomplishes nothing except morally grandstanding that you think you're better than them. So first of all, I am better than them. So are you. So is everyone who doesn't make on Twitch. And second of all, I know—
I don't really think that anybody's better or not. I don't really think about that. Like, I try to avoid the mindset that I'm better than anybody else because of something I do or don't do. Now, there's like some crazy exceptions, but I don't think that it's enough that somebody is sitting in a bikini on a website. Like, is this really something that I'm going to think that I'm better than this person? I don't really think so.
People calling them whores does nothing. I did it because it was funny. These are grown-ass women toying with the TOS. They know what they're doing is wrong. They know they're walking a fine line. That's why they're here on Twitch and not on the hundreds of adult websites that exist. If a parent, they're so
and also like I think that calling somebody like it's like calling somebody a prostitute that's selling sex. Like yeah, that's clearly what they're doing. It's not a bad like people say streamers are like street performers or like beggars. And yeah, they're kind of right. Like I don't like existing in a world of platitudes and euphemisms to hide reality. Of course that's what they're doing.
Calls us to action.
That's fine.
Fire.
Dangerous to you, maybe you should lock yourself in the cave. Cry more, little bro, and tell your fellow bros to stop thinking with their dicks. Hello, fellow bros, to stop thinking with their...
there's a lot of girls that, and this is actually not girls, this is a common strategy, where people take your argument and then they turn it into a radical extreme that is clearly not what you believe. It's ad absurdum argument, right? It's like they're turning your argument into something that's absurd, and that way they're arguing against that instead of what you actually think. It's very stupid.
Hello, fellow bros. Stop thinking with your... Brace yourselves. The incels about to lose their minds and act like women are ruining Twitch. Lol at the men in these comments admitting they are not attracted to women. I'm sorry you don't like hot women. Maybe work on the internalized misogyny.
Well, I will address, I think that that commenter is right, that these girls are not ruining Twitch. I think that that's just a factually true statement. And I think that really, if like you look at the amount of people that are on the platform, you look at the amount of people that are consuming this content, it's really such a small percentage, it's not even worth considering. So it's a super, super, super tiny. I don't think they're ruining Twitch either.
We await the Unity's command.
Sorry, if you don't like huge oiled up milkers bouncing around on a Twitch stream, I'm just gonna assume you hate women.
I think she's kind of memeing, right?
Straight men even like women? Oh, you're not sexualizing women? You're not just gooning to every woman you see? What do you, hate women? What are you, gay? How did they manage to...
Thank you all for meeting with me. You're all doing some wonderful work.